Oh, okay. How's everybody doing this morning? You're great? Yeah? If you can hear me, raise your right hand. Great. If you can hear me, also raise the other right hand. I realized that, I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes when you being given directions. So, go right, and you can see the hand pointing to the left hand. Have you ever experienced that before? Mtu anakupa direction anasema enda right, lakini mkono inasema left. Which one do you mean? Amona uko na mtu dereva anambia enda right and left. So you usually say the other right? So that's why you usually say right and the other right. The left somehow, for some reason, doesn't really work. My name is Ferdinand Mondi. I will be your MC for the day. So first of all, welcome to the 79th annual Kenaff General Meeting. Give yourselves a hand for being here today. Have we all had breakfast? Tumekunywa chai, tumeshiba, tuko tayari kujifunza na kufunzana. Fantastic. So we are about to start, but before we start, I do not know whether you know your neighbor. Just look at the neighbor on your right or your left. Okay, on your right or on the other right. Look at them. Do you know them very well? Are you sure? If I ask you to tell me about the other person, you sound very confident. Okay, so good morning. Could you first of all tell us who this person is, where they're from, and the best thing you know about them?
Okay, thank you. This is Paul Lagat. I worked with him for about 20 years. He comes from Trans Nzoia. Anything do you want to know?
Good. Fantastic. So what do I want to know? This is precisely why I want you to speak to your neighbor, all right? Are we all farmers here? Any butcher in the house? So we are all farmers. Great. So I want you to take the next 2 minutes to know your neighbor. Najua ingenenu mechaguana, you all from the same place and you've huddled yourself together. I would have wanted to mix you, but because of time I'll keep you the way you are. But obviously I want you to figure out something that if you know them, ask them, tell me something I do not know about you. Okay? If you do not know them, then just ask them to tell me something unique about them. What makes you stand out as a human being? What do you think makes you stand out? You know, they'll be very great over breakfast. So that you know that thing you told me about. Now can we dig into why is it that you love pandas and not lions, or why you love cabbages and not potatoes? Yes, what is this that they love most about themselves or about their works? This is what in wakulima sindio. So what is it about farming that fascinates you the most? If they are a butcher, ask them, why are you here? Okay? So for the next 2 minutes, look at your partner, look at your neighbor, ask them their name, where they are from, and what makes them stand out, or what they love most about farming. Go. There's an assignment after this. You're going to speak about your partner. So for the next 2 minutes, tafadhali, just speak. I want to see you speaking to your neighbor. Nataka uongee na huyo mwenzako amekaa kando. Muulize jina yake, ametoka wapi, na ni nini anapenda zaidi kuhusu ukulima. All right. You should now be hearing from your partner. Time to switch up and listen to the other partner. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exams are over. Stop. All right. Nani ako tayari kuniambia kuhusu mwenzake? Who is ready to tell me about their partner? Yes. Let's listen to our great colleagues here.
Okay, my name is Caroline from Kisumu. My friend is Moses from Baringo. He has said that he does farming, dairy farming, and he has said that most of whatever he has done, he has taught his children through farming. He has done everything through farming. So I told him that with farming you can't go wrong. Yeah.
Is that accurate? Wapigeni makofi. Without farming you can't go wrong, right? Yes. From this side, we'll just take one more example. From this side, who is going to explain to us what their partner said? Choose or you shall be chosen. How bado wanaandika notes bwana? Hey. All right, keep learning and then we shall find out later. Now, we are ready to start now. It's just good to see that everybody was smiling at the neighbors. I saw a few frowning faces. I was afraid some of you had fought in the morning. Good to see that that wasn't the case. You're all good. And so we shall begin with the national anthem. Shall be played first, the national anthem of Kenya, and then the East African anthem. So let's all be upstanding. Thank you for observing that impeccably. Please remain upstanding. Kenya is a 98% religious country, and in every meeting, even before we have meals, we pray, right? So we're going to start this great meeting here also by prayers. The first one will be Bwana Nyamongo. Uko wapi? Where are you? Bwana Nyamongo.
Okay, tuamini na tuombe. God, we come before you this morning, thanking you for the gift of life and the gift of one another. I thank you, God, you have allowed all these farmers who are gathered here today. What we want to discuss, God, let them take to the farms so that they can feed each and every person in the rural areas. We thank you and praise you, God. We pray that as we are staying here today, God, we ask you have mercy on us. Whatever we discuss, let this be fruitful to us. As we go back, what we are going to be taught here today, God, let us go and put it in practice. We pray that as we are also living here tomorrow, God guide us, remove each and every cup on our way. We pray this, believing our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. The second prayer will be from our friend in Islam and brother, and that is Sheikh Hassan Yusuf. Shake.
Let's pray. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakuomba mbele yako siku hii ya leo, utubariki, utuhifadhi na utulinde. Wewe ndo mwanzo na wewe ndo mwisho. Tunakuomba utubariki sisi kama wakulima, mifugo na mimea yote, ulinde na ubariki mkono yetu. Kwa hayo machache tunaomba, amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. So before we officially begin, I would like just to notify everybody that photography is taking place. We're taking your pictures and your video. We promise you we are not going to sell them on the dark web. Nevertheless, we would like to seek your permission to take these videos for our internal communication and also for you later. Obviously, this needs your consent. So if you feel that you should not be recorded for any reason, please notify us through Angela. Simama. Tunapiga picha na video kwa sababu kwa matumizi yetu sio ya kuuza. Lakini kama kwa sababu yote utaki kupigwa picha, tafadhali mwambie Angela, alafu rekodi zozote za picha zako hazitatumiwa ama zitafutwa. Sawa sawa. All right. So let's now begin. And it is first of all time to declare this meeting officially open. Then we get down to business. And to take us through that will be the Kenaff National Chairman, Professor Kaburu, who will also immediately after that introduce the board. Let's all put our hands together for Professor Kaburu. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kenaff, let me see whether you are awake. Kenaff, let me have it louder. Kenaff, very good. Good morning. How are you? I want to declare this as a formal assembly of the Kenya National Farmers Federation. This is the 79th Annual General Assembly, and I want to welcome everyone seated here today, and even those who are standing. Welcome and participate as you should. I want now, on behalf of the organization, to call upon my members of the team, of the board, the national board, so that you will know them. Please, board members, come over here. Board members. Before you is a team that actually governs this federation, and I want to request each of us to mention his name, his or her name, and who he represents in the board. This thing is off.
Good morning. My name is Peter Gekonyo. I'm the Deputy National Chair, Kenaff, and also the Chair, Kenya Coffee Producers Association. At the board, I represent commodity associations.
Please give them a clap so that we'll warm up.
Kenaff. Hello. Naomba tusalimiane hewani. Hello. Kwa jina ni Dorcas Gibran kutoka Taita Taveta County, ni board member wa Kenaff. Ninasimama masuala ya wamama. Kwa hivyo ninashukuru. Wamama mko hapa. Hai. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. Give them a clap, please.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
My name is Luke Kesey, Chairman Nakuru County. I represent South Central Rift in Kenaff Board. South Central Rift ni Baringo, Nakuru, Kericho, Bomet, and Narok. Thank you.
Hamjambo wote. Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Kenaff.
Majina ni Evelyn Koech. Nikiongoza Elgeyo Marakwet County na pia kurepresent North Rift, which comprises of Nandi County, Uasin Gishu County, Elgeyo Marakwet, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot and Turkana County. Asanteni sana.
Kenaff, sauti ya mkulima. Kwa majina Peter Chacha, Chairman Migori County, also I'm Rec Region Chairman, Siaya, Kisumu, Nyamira, Migori, and Homa Bay. Thank you.
Salamu alaikum. Kenaff. Kenaff. Sauti ya mkulima. Asante. Mimi naitwa Abdullahi Haji Abdi. I am chairman of Garissa County and a representative of Northern region of Kenya. Karibuni.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Sauti ya mkulima. Assalamu alaikum. God is good all the time. My name is Alnan Sindongo, Alaz Najma, representing Taita Taveta County, Coast Region that comprises of Kilifi, Kwale, Lamu, Mombasa, and Taita, plus Tana River. Asanteni.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Kwa majina ni Kamau Njoroge. I'm the National Youth Representative. I represent the young people who are doing farming. Si siku hizi vijana tunafanya ukulima? Si ya wazee, si ndio? Na ukulima iko na pesa, si ndio? Sawa. Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Sauti ya mkulima. Vijana wafanye nini? Sawa, asante.
Kenaff.
Sauti ya mkulima.
Sauti ya mkulima. Kwa majina naitwa Mwenda Ntomailodha. Mimi ndiye afisa mkuu mtendaji wa Kenaff. I'm the Chief Executive Officer Kenya National Farmers Federation. Asanteni sana.
Okay. That team is missing three other persons, actually four. We don't have the representative for the southeastern region, that is Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni. We also do not have the representative for the northern plains, that is Marsabit, Isiolo, and Samburu. And we do not have the representative for the Aberdare region. That is Laikipia, Nyandarua, Nyeri, and Murang'a. We do not have a representative for Western. That is Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, and Busia. And also, actually that is 5. The representative for the Nairobi region, that is Kiambu, Nairobi, and Kajiado. Now, if you look at that list, you see there are 4 other counties that have not been mentioned. And my name is Kaburu Nturebo. I'm the national chairman, but before I get to the national chairman, I represent Meru County. I represent the Mount Kenya East region. That is Meru County, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, and Kirinyaga. Thank you very much. That's what we have for your board. Please give them an applause.
Thank you, Professor. The board. Can I just say that is one of the most representative boards I have ever met in all the meetings I've attended. So first of all, just give yourselves a very big hand for having such a great representative board. There is gender balance, but I'm also very impressed by the generational balance in there. Wazee kwa vijana pia wako ndani ya mix, ndio. Manake, if you do not transfer the great knowledge that you people have to the younger generation, then that's how you lose our amazing farming systems and the knowledge. And sometimes what we learn at school isn't good enough. We need to see it from the people. And so to bring in the youth, and not just to be as participant or just to tick boxes, but also to be part of the board is the correct kind of message. So I am very pleased by that. Secondly, wacha niseme kwanza pia nimekufurahi kuona a lot of counties are also represented. Kenya's 47 counties. Nimesikia counties, nimesikia Nakuru, nimesikia Homa Bay county yangu. I want to hear, if you're here and your county hasn't been mentioned, I would like you to mention that. Okay? Kwa sauti. Si tulisema tumekunywa chai. Na tumetoka kila mahali, si ndio? Watu wametoka county gani? Meru, pigia Meru makofi. County gani nyingine? Busia. Napenda sana Busia. I've been there. The size of chicken they serve in those hotels is the best bana. Kuku ya 200 unakula mpaka na jirani na watoto. Pigia Busia makofi bana. Baringo County, nilikuwa Baringo once. Very welcome. Where is that? Baringo, watu wa Baringo hapa, makofi watu wa Baringo. Na mko wengi. Nimefika Kabartonjo. Hapo ndo nyumbani. There you go. Machakos County, majirani pigeni Machakos makofi. Taita Taveta County. Kila mtu ameshasikia ile song ya Davida. Nimetoka huko. Where else? Trans Nzoia County pige the real feeders. Mahindi ya huko ni nyingi na ni tamu. Kwale County, Kwale. Nilikuwa Mombasa miaka 4, nilitembea Kwale kule, nililishwa vizuri kweli kule. Bomet County. I stayed in Kericho, karibu na pika chai maziwa Chiego na Mursik, very very nice. So I know these places bwana. Kisumu. Weura. Makofi ya Kisumu. Okay, Garissa County. Makofi kwa Garissa. Yes. Kilifi County. Where's that? Nyandarua. Makofi ya Kilifi ni Nyandarua. Fantastic. So you can see we are from all over, and all of these different kinds of farmers are here. And you all practice different kinds of agriculture, right? How many would say they would like better finance access to grow their farms? Wangapi wanasema ningekuwa na pesa, hiyo kulima yangu ingepanda juu zaidi? Kwa ishara ya mikono. Everybody would like to have better access to finance. And that is why we're going to have our first discussion today. My program, please. Sorry. So we're going to have a first panel discussion where we're going to enlighten ourselves more about this. And so, thank you. Our very first panel discussion today is to discuss innovative digital and financial solutions to drive equitable access to credit, insurance, and markets for smallholder farmers, like most of you are here. By the way, if you are watching the news last week, there was a big win for the farmers. The Seed and Plant Varieties Act was, sections of it that were controversial were declared unconstitutional, so you continue owning and sharing your seeds without worrying about going to jail. That was a big win also. Congratulate yourselves for that. But now let us discuss credit access. And to lead us through this panel is a name a lot of you may be familiar with. Beryl Oyuwer will be moderating that. I remember the name very well from the days at Radio Africa Kids 100. Beautiful voice. It's good to see you today. Karibu sana, and take the session away.
Amazing. A round of applause for our MC. Hey, tumekunywa chai wakulima? Wakulima tupo? Mpo? Ai, salimia jirani yako. Mwambie you are looking good. For someone who woke up very early, you are looking good. Muulize kama amekunywa chai. Enjoy chai. I must admit, I must also compliment the Kenaff board. It's amazing to see young people represented. Some of us tried farming. I think I'll talk to him, the Gen Z representative. Nilijaribu farming lakini yangu ilikuwa ya simu. Matokeo hayakuwa mazuri. Farming inataka presence, si ndio? Inataka ukue hapo, usipotee. I am so glad and honored to be here. Thank you so much, Ferdinand, to moderate this session about credit access. I know a lot of us, money issues. Hapo ndo pale kuna the heart of the matter, si ndio? My name is Beryl Oyuwer. I am a journalist by profession, but I'm also a communication strategist. I worked a lot in education and tech and agriculture, and so I'm also going to be learning. My dad is a full-time farmer now. He entered into it by force due to retirement, but I've seen him grow and I've seen him get new opportunities through farming. Mtaniruhusu pia niongee Kiingereza kidogo, si ndio wakulima? Okay. And so I told him about the event today. Akaniuliza mbona sikuitisha +1. But I've told him it's live, so he can watch online and be able to contribute and also learn together. Before we start this session, I want you to talk to the person next to you and ask them one thing. If you had all the superpowers, what is that one big problem you would solve in farming today? In farming in Kenya, the farming sector, agricultural sector, let me put it like that. The agricultural sector in Kenya today. Muulize. The person next to you. I want like 2 or 3 answers. What's that one? If you had all the superpowers you needed in the world. At least one thing. 1 minute. Are they responding to you? Could I get representatives? I like to start at the back. I'm sorry, my camera people. Nitawazungusha leo. Tuanze huku nyuma, si ndio? Nimechukua kazi ya Ferdinand kidogo, but nitamrudishia. All right, who wants to answer us from back here? Yes, we have a hand up here.
Yes, I am Rogendo Chandi. What I would like farmers to be assisted in is on the cost of production, because whenever we try to produce, the cost is more than the income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically you're saying the work you're putting in is not giving you the results of the hard work you're putting in. Okay, so you would solve that. Anyone else from this side? What would you solve? There's a hand up here. All right, 2 of them. I can take those 2 and then I'll move to the front.
Thank you very much. I think for farming, if you want to grow anything, you need good, healthy soil.
Hey, good healthy soil. All right, one more.
Good morning, wakulima wenzangu. Me, I would like to have labs to test things we are giving our animals, daily farm, because we give anything without knowing the effect. Also, the chemicals we are using in our plants, you know the effects. Thank you.
Makofi kwao. What are we giving our animals? So animal feed, sindio? Maybe even just at the front here. If you had superpowers, someone here, representative, what would you change? One person. A lady.
I'll change the credit system. All right, so that farmers have enough financing to help them carry out their responsibilities on their farms.
Umesema wakulima wapewe financial support na isikuwe ngumu kupata hiyo financial support. All right, just you do? Okay, yes. The last one, and then I start.
Thank you. Because I come from rice growing area, I think the issue is not even credit, but farmers would like to go into farming, but the irrigation infrastructure is not adequate, and so water does not flow when it's needed. So when farmers should ideally even grow rice twice, they just grow it once. So there's potential, yeah.
Okay, so farming practices. Wacha tutauliza hizo maswali. Can you hold on to those questions? Tukianzisha panel, tuendelee. All right, so you've basically asked some of the questions that I want to ask our panelists today, and I'd like you to help me welcome a few of them who are going to help us answer some of these questions. So questions of credit, production, what are we giving our animals, animal feed, where are we getting them, how do we test, how do we know that our quality is the best? Because we want to scale and we want to go not just in Kenya, in Africa and beyond, all right? So help me welcome my panelists for the day. I'm going to start off with Magdalene Alukava. Let's appreciate her even as she comes. She is the Deputy CEO for Kenaff. Magdalene, karibu sana. We have Iwan Wheeler, who's the CEO of Eka Africa. Ilan Wheeler, thank you so much. Karibuni sana. You may just go ahead and take your seats. We have Shuma Mwangome, representing Sauti ya Mkulima at Kenaff as well. Let's appreciate him. And we have Mini Wanjiku, who's the Director of Program Management at Farm Better. Karibu Mini. All right, let's appreciate them even as they come. Karibu sana Shuma. All right. I want to make sure I sit in a place. Will we be having a roaming microphone? All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for this very timely discussion. And today we want to talk about digital inclusion, especially for farmers. And for me, Minnie, now that you're close to me, I'm going to start with you. I would like you to just, I've asked the farmers, what is one thing if they had superpowers they would change? And we've had some of the answers. For you, what would be the best outcome? What's your future outlook for farming in Kenya with some of the solutions that you've seen so far?
Good morning, Kenaff.
Sauti ya Wakulima.
Yes, I've learned it. Ni Sauti ya Wakulima. Nashukuru sana kuwa hapa. My name is Mini Wanjiko. I am the Director of Programs at Farm Better. At Farm Better, we have a digital tool that helps farmers be sustainable in agriculture. What that means is that we are teaching farmers to be able to own their power in the sense of all the questions you've asked. We teach you how to actually farm sustainably. In an ideal situation, if I could, I'd want all farmers to be able to know how to be able to farm, because it's the same soil that you're using right now that has been handed over in generations. And if you look at it 10 generations back, there was no over-reliance of all of these things that you're looking at right now in the case of conventional agriculture. And what usually happens is that smallholder farmers do not have the ability to access the finance, the fertilizers, the insurance and everything else. So there would be ideal situation farmers have the power and they could easily access all of these things without a lot of loops, because a lot of loops have been placed in front of them. But also farmers need to learn how to, one, teach each other the practices that they already know in terms of agriculture, and then secondly, maintain those indigenous practices, because they were useful then, they're useful now, only that they can be married with the new technologies that you're learning, but do not leave alone what has been learned or has been passed over time through agriculture.
Thank you very much, Minnie. I want to ask the same question to Magdalene, so probably you'll introduce yourself and then just tell me best case scenario for farming in Kenya. What does that look like for you?
My name is Magdalena Luhavo, working with the Kenya National Farmers Federation as the Deputy CEO, but I also lead digital transformation of farmers within the Federation. I'll start by saying that the face of agriculture has changed, and it's important now more than ever for us to embrace digitization of farmers, for us to embrace data in decision making, starting from the farm level to the market, to the financial institutions as well. So data to be used in decision making, data to be used even to influence policy. And that's why I started by saying that the face of agriculture has changed. The world in general has changed when it comes to digitization. We are now in the age of artificial intelligence. So it's very important, it's very urgent also for agriculture to be digitized. And as Kenaff, we're already doing this work with the different partners that we are working with to ensure that farmers are visible, farmers are trustworthy. The farmers that we are presenting to partners whom we are working with, financial institutions, are people who are now more professional, they are visible, they are trustworthy, and for them to be invested in.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Ewan, as well, just the same question for you. What does best practice agricultural farming look like in Kenya, and also what does that mean for the East African region and Africa in general, in your opinion? But yeah, please tell us about yourself, introduce yourself a bit about what you do.
Super. Thank you so much. So my name is Ewan Wheeler. I'm the CEO of a company called Acre Africa, and we provide insurance and climate resilient solutions to farmers across Africa. Maybe to start with, I can just thank Kenaff for the opportunity to talk here today, and really to recognise the great work they do in aggregating, bringing together, training and advising farmers. I think it's a wonderful job, and it's great to see farmers from across Kenya here today, so thank you for that. So to answer the question, in terms of farming best practice, it might not shock you to know I'm not a farmer, right? But what I can do is give you my experiences from the work I've done serving farmers. I think for me, there is no one solution, right? There's no one silver bullet that solves farming. I think there are lots of different things that farmers need. It's credit. We heard about good soil. We heard about advisories, monitoring, training. There's so many things that need to come together to support farmers. I think a lot of times, or sometimes, as a service provider to farmers, you think you have all the solutions, but you don't. It's about partnerships. It's about working together. It's about using the data and the analytics we heard about, and really trying to put that in a digital platform to provide the insights, the products, and the skills that farmers need. And at the end of the day, what's it all about? It's about increasing yield. How can we make it so farmers have higher revenues and are able to enjoy a better standard of living? And then that's ultimately where we want to be.
Absolutely. I really like that you've said it's not one silver bullet. It's about collaborating with everyone in the ecosystem. Thank you so much. And I think I mispronounced your name. It's Ewan. Ewan it is. Yeah. Okay, thank you. It's Scottish. Okay. Shuma, you are... Please tell us a bit about yourself. But even for you, what's best case scenario when it comes to farming in Kenya? But start off with telling us who you are and a bit about the work you're doing.
Okay, good morning. My name is Shuma Mwangome. I'm a consultant with Kenaff, but I also consult for Yara. I'm a farmer by passion, active farmer from Kilifi County. I also want to recognize my mentor, Daniel Huber. I think in this country, I call him the father of agri-technology. And secondly, I want to recognize the CEO of Kenaff for putting up Sauti ya Mkulima this far. I want to say the biggest thing that is happening in the space of Kenya is the digitization of agriculture or the economy. I think that's the single biggest thing. I was speaking to colleagues yesterday and was telling them His Excellency the President, hardly a week passes without him talking about agriculture. And one thing that I would wish to see happening in the agricultural space, from my experience for the last 10 years, is farmer access to credit. Okay? And for me, Sauti ya Mkulima, with the little experience I've had, I've I've worked for DigiFarm. I have worked for when the first efforts for digitizing agriculture are happening in this country. I think the pilot happened in Kilifi County under the watch of Daniel Huber, and he can tell you the story. And all that I have learned, the single biggest thing that farmers need to access with the kind of advancement that has happened is access to structured credit. It is easier. Last year we met a farmer that was producing 15 acres of maize. And I was with my colleagues at KCB, and we checked what CRB approved the credit reference, approved credit for that farmer who was producing 15 acres. Your answer, or my answer, will shock you. The credit reference CRB for a renowned bank gave her 2,500. And that tells you that the mismatch in the access to finance is the single biggest challenge that farmers have. And for me, Sauti ya Mkulima, you look at it, it is addressing the systemic inefficiencies that exist in the agricultural sector, more so to the smallholder farmers, either in terms of accessing finance or accessing markets, and thirdly, even accessing insurance. And I'm happy I'm meeting the CEO of Eka Africa. When I was overseeing DigiFarm, it's Eka Africa that insured farmers. I saw the impact of crop insurance at work and what it can do to revolutionize the sector. So I think with those remarks, I would want to say the single biggest thing that farmers need today is access to structured financing or credit. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I know a lot of our farmers here agree with you. Shuma, I just want to stay with you and to talk about now Sauti ya Mkulima better. You've touched on it a bit. But for you, what are some of those pain points apart from access to credit? Because the story you've just given us, it's ridiculous when you hear that someone who is producing that much cannot get access to credit, or they have the risk is really high for them. So the banks or financial institutions will not be much more likely to adopt that. For you, Sauti ya Mkulima, tell me just a bit about it for my grandma who is in Migori County right now, who would want to know more about Sauti ya Mkulima. What is it? What are some of the pain points it's trying to address?
Thank you. So Sauti ya Mkulima, from my experience now, I think is the biggest thing happening in Kenya. One, in this country, if you are a keen observer of the technology advancement of the country, one of the first pain points that Sauti ya Mkulima is addressing is that farmers are not aggregated. Aggregation Kiswahili ni mkusanyiko. Okay? The farmers, even the big farmers on their own, name them, when it comes to input access, those farmers, they go there as individuals. They are not aggregated. So one of the pain points that Sauti ya Mkulima is addressing is that the farmers will be aggregated. Okay? And that was a gap that I saw in DigiFarm. We were addressing individuals. And in agriculture, when you give credit to individuals, that is the beginning of problems. Sauti ya Mkulima addresses that by onboarding CIG, common interest groups like cooperatives, or if you like, maybe even CBOs, okay? But largely cooperatives. Fortunately, the government has addressed that pain point by forming cooperatives, I think, in every ward of this country. 2, in terms of aggregating even their produce, the government itself, not private sector like MasterCard, it has supported those cooperatives by forming aggregation centers or warehouses, either for their inputs or for their produce. Okay? And the third pinpoints that I think the government itself is addressing is that these farmers have to be in a legal entity. So you look at the digitization framework, it is anchored on law. I think some few weeks back, the president was pushing on the digitization, digital payments. And I think on 1st December, those of us who are in the know, we know that the government rolled out the PAPS, the Pan-Africa Payment Settlement System, which essentially means we are enabling the smallholder farmer, the unbanked to access to structured credit. And thirdly or fourthly, the government has addressed those market inefficiencies by ensuring that the farmers have access to formal insurance. Okay? And not only so, the government has ensured that their service providers, wakulima sindio, kwa kila county, kila ward, kila kijiji, kunaye service provider whose job is one, to service the farmer. And I'm glad I'm one of the people who has been trained as a service provider, certified by NITA. There actually exists a training curriculum for those service providers in the village. And what we are trying to do now on the platform is to activate the service provision to the farmer. Because what we have discovered is that if you want to produce, there has to be training and supervision. And last, I would want to say that kind of aggregation is best exemplified in the fintech sector. M-Pesa. Have you seen an M-Pesa agent that is not trained and regulated? There is none, right? And they are branded by Safaricom. This is what we want to see happen in the space of agriculture. The formalization of the service aggregation. And this is what Sauti ya Mkulima is trying to address, those systemic inefficiencies, either access to markets, access to credit, access to insurance, okay? And last year, we actually tried, sorry to add this, last year we tried basically to address that the farmer is going to produce for what is contracted. And I'm involved in a project around Mwache Dam. We want to contract about 5,000 farmers to produce eggs. 3 weeks ago, Mutai Kagwe said this country has a deficit of 5 billion eggs. So what we want to do, we want now to do a structured production, aggregation. Here is the market, here is the farmer, and here is the financier. And then, of course, Ella is here with the crop insurance. That's why I was meeting with his team yesterday. We want the farmer to be insured, fully serviced by the government recruited service providers. That way now, we are going to make agribusiness a truly structured worthy venture for anybody in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shuma. You have answered all my questions anyway. but that's really good to know. And I want to bring it back to Magdalene because I know you're also working in the Sauti ya Mkulima project. For you, so Sauti ya Mkulima has digitized thousands of farmers. Would you have that data? How many farmers have already been digitized? And then what have you seen this do in terms of access to finance and also markets? Because at the end of the day, even if I have access to finance and I don't have access to markets, then I'm really not going anywhere. Shuma has talked about some of the deficit that we have. That's data that we should all be aware of as farmers and be able to see where can we plug in. There's a farmer right now who has eggs and doesn't have the market. But then we have a deficit. We are going to go the US way where, eating eggs nowadays is a luxury over there. So how many have we digitized and what does that look like for the farmer?
Okay, thank you. So we have digitized, we have built digital profiles for 303,000 farmers who we've created at laying that foundation for them now, for us to be able to layer services, true services that Shuma was talking about. And so the first step was to create their profiles, the KYC, what they're producing, and also where they are located, the size of the farm. And then the next step now is we are already crowding in input suppliers who can be able to avail services. So what the platform is doing is aggregating demand for fertilizer or seeds, and then this is forwarded to the manufacturers who then avail these inputs to the farmer. So trying to solve the challenge of farmers not being able to access better quality inputs through the platform. So that's one use case that is coming out from the platform. The second one is access to markets. Again, we have signed MOUs with off-takers who are coming in within the cereals value chain, who are coming in to off-take from farmers. As Shuma had mentioned, so we want our farmers to produce knowing where to sell. So the work of the platform will be to aggregate, if it is maize, how many tons are we expecting from Trans Nzoia, and then share that data or information with an off-taker. So that is the power of data, where we are data is what is talking and being used for decision making among the different service providers within our value chains. Also financial institution as well. I think credit has been talked about, and Shuma even emphasized that if we can unlock credit for our farmers, if farmers are able to produce well, if farmers have the finances to produce well, to get better quality, to get better quality inputs, and them producing, knowing where to sell, even with the financial institution, they have that trust because they know after the end of every season, these farmers will be paid. And that is the work that Kenaff is doing, ensuring that these farmers are well profiled, they are ready digitally, they are trustworthy. I think trustworthy here is a key word. We want to make the farmers trustworthy to financial institutions, the farmers trustworthy to the input suppliers, the farmers trustworthy to our insurance partners as well. But the work we have done currently now is to build that foundation and then now start layering the different services.
Thank you so much for even bringing up the aspect of financial institutions. And now I can clearly see the picture of what Sauti ya Mkulima looks like. It's more of a holistic solution for the farmer. When you look at banks and you talked about financial institutions, what are some of the trends now if you have any use cases with how they're approaching, financing, especially agribusiness, some of the trends that you have seen change based on having increased data, because then the risk profile, they're able to do a risk assessment, and so they know this is a farmer who deserves more credit or not, etc. What have you seen change, and what can our farmers here today do practically, apart from joining Sauti ya Mkulima, but what can we do practically to ensure that we have a good credit score so that we are more trustworthy to the financial institutions?
So the gaps Sauti ya Mkulima is trying to fill is the use case that Shuma had brought about, where the credit score does not really match to who the farmer is. And that is why Sauti ya Mkulima are trying to address that by collecting production data. How has this farmer been producing over the years? How is this farmer transacting over the years? And then this data now will go into building now the credit score for the farmer. So it's attaching the correct credit score to a farmer and then unlocking finance. So what is presenting to the financial institution is now the data, the profile over a period 2 to 3 years of this farmer. And then they can be able to access finance. And that's what we're trying to do in building that trust by our financial institution, but also working with farmer cooperatives, because they are central. They help farmers aggregate and also link them to market as well. And the work we are doing, because with the financial institution, what they tend to look at is how are the governance structures of these cooperatives, how is the financial management of the cooperative, and currently we are doing work with the African Development Bank, working with 100 farmer cooperatives, targeting to digitize and unlock access to finance to 250,000 farmers. So the work we are doing there is to train these farmer cooperatives to strengthen their structures. So we are providing trainings to trainers of trainers who go and train farmers on financial management, training the leaders as well, so that we ensure that we do not have weak governance structure, because these are some of the things that financial institutions tend to look at. So at the same time, we are sitting down with these farmer cooperatives, looking at their strategic plan, their business plans, and then what is their demand for credit. So this is what is forwarded to the financial institution for us to be able to unlock. So we are telling the banks, hey, our demand is 30 billion Kenyan shillings that needs to go to our cooperatives. How can we be able to finance them? But the cooperative we are bringing in are very strong in their structures, in their management, even in the way they are producing, because we cannot talk about financial access without talking about production. And if you're talking about data being used as collateral, it's good that a farmer is able to produce well. So extension also comes in very handy. And in the wake of climate change, risk management becomes very essential as well. So these are some of the things that we are training our farmers on, making them to be more attractive, not only to financial institutions, but all partners that work within the agriculture sector.
The agriculture value chain, amazing. I think that's very holistic, and for the farmer today, it is which cooperative are you in, good governance structures, and I want to bring in you, and because you've talked about climate risk, and there are things that are beyond, our control, like climate, and so you, and just for you, climate risk, we know, threatens harvest, and it has become increasingly unpredictable. However, there are measures that we can take. So which innovative insurance models are actually showing real promise to Kenyan farmers today? We've seen the various changes that have seen our outputs drop, and that means a bad day for a farmer, and it trickles down. It is not just the farmer, it is a family, it is an individual. So what are some of those innovative insurance policies?
Cool, thank you. Is this working? No? Super, thank you. Before I answer, maybe I can just add a few thoughts onto the discussion around credit. I think when you look at agriculture, it leaps out to you the disparity between the importance of agriculture and the lack of credit the sector gets. So, I mean, agriculture in any African country is 20 to 30% of GDP. In Kenya, around 30. In terms of the workforce, it's 60 to 70% of the workforce. So it's critical. When we talk about development, improving standards of living, it's impossible to do that without supporting agriculture. Yet, despite this importance, it only gets, on average, around 5% of private sector credit, and most of that goes to large farmers. It goes to agro-processors. The average smallholder farmer has pretty much zero access to formal credit. And I think this has a huge impact, and we heard about the importance. There are a lot of studies that show access to credit can double yield, right? Access to high quality inputs, potentially irrigation, machines, etc. So it's something that is really fundamental to that. I think this issue, why are farmers not getting credit, right? Let's start with that. And I think there's 3 or 4 reasons why that's the case, and I think we're kind of talking through those reasons at the moment. I think there's the cost, right? For lenders to reach farmers, it costs them more money, right? They'd rather stay in cities and lend to people there. I mean, it's understandable, right? It's going to cost them more money. Secondly, there's the disparity of information. Lenders fundamentally don't know what goes on at the farm level, right? And you heard Magdalene about collecting data to really bridge that gap, which is very apparent at the moment. I think the third thing is a lack of training. I think a lot of smallholder farmers don't understand properly the formal financial sector, how to access credit and how to go about that. And I think the fourth thing, which comes up very often, is a lack of collateral, right? And banks are always looking for collateral. Farmers don't want to lose the roofs of their houses or whatever it may be, and so they're generally unwilling to provide that collateral. And I think these problems are being solved, and we've heard about this. On the acre side, I think one of the things that we've tried to do, and it's really using insurance skills to help lenders, is really to define this issue around yield, because the Credit Reference Bureau doesn't have a clue what the farmer produces. Yes. He has no idea what the farmer revenue is. He's just looking at previous historical financial transactions, which is the willingness to pay what you call in a credit score. What we're trying to do, and I think we're coming from the same position, is really give lenders the ability to understand the ability to repay loans. And that's essentially, what is the farmer's production going to be? How much is the farmer going to earn from that? What we've been doing is we do a lot of yield audits as a part of the insurance process. So, tens of thousands of data points to say, this was the yield in this particular area. What we've managed to do is to correlate that to 39 other data points, be it rainfall, vegetation, temperature, etc. And through that, we've been able to pinpoint what the yield has been historically. So we can tell you for maize, in any specific area, what the yield has been for the last 5 to 10 years. And we also have a good idea of what the yield is going to be. And I think it's innovations like this, it's innovations like we were hearing about, the collection of data. This is what will ultimately transform the access to credit in terms of making banks more willing to lend. With regards to the insurance question, and just getting to the main question now. So insurance is something that is very hard to sell on its own, right? I think my experience of farmers is they're gamblers, and they don't want to buy insurance. And I think it's very hard to see insurance as a standalone product. Insurance is something that only works as a part of a broader set of services to provide to farmers. What I always say, my catchphrase in the office is, farmers want credit, they need insurance, right? And you can't access credit without insurance, because you have the I mean, what used to be a 1 in 10 year event is probably a 1 in 5 year event now, which will wipe out the farmers. So insurance is really important for that. How do we get this insurance to the farmers? What are the developments we're doing? I think in relation to that, it's very important to integrate and bundle the insurance with other products. Outside of credit, we have something called a replacement guarantee, whereas if a seed fails to germinate, we will give a replacement bag of seed. That's insurance, but the farmer, to the farmer, he's just buying a guarantee, and that's something that has a lot of take up in other countries, less so in Kenya. But I think the bundling with credit is really the key, as we've said. Rather than the farmer buying insurance, the farmer accesses the credit, and then the insurance comes with the credit. I think nowadays the products we have, parametric, the digitalization of the products, it makes it much easier and cheaper to direct the insurance now towards farmers.
Just a follow-up question on that, and I really like what you've talked about in terms of insurance uptake and bundling it with the credit. My question to you, Ewan, is also how are you making sure that women, young farmers, my grandma in rural Kenya is able to understand? How are you packaging that? Because a lot of this access to credit plus insurance, now that you've talked about it being bundled, is that there is lack of awareness and or understanding. So how are we bringing that message home, especially for farmers who would also, I think Shuma had talked about the ones who are unbanked or the ones who are not necessarily in a structured system?
Thank you. I think there's a few answers to that question. So firstly, I think training and sensitization is hugely important, and we take it very seriously. I think in 2023 we trained about 250,000 farmers on agricultural insurance and farming practice. We do that either in person, we have people going to the field, we have field officers, or using digital tools. We have an app which provides training, or if the farmer doesn't have a smartphone, we can do voice training through the system. So actually providing training is something that's hugely important. The other thing I'd say is that if the best insurance is when the person doesn't know they're insured, right? And that's just not agriculture, that's everywhere. If you buy a car, the guarantee on the engine, that's insurance, right? Although you don't know you're buying insurance. So the best insurance is when you're providing the cover to the farmer, but he doesn't necessarily know that that's insurance. So on the credit, on the seed inputs, the replacement guarantee. These for me are the best types of insurance. The insurance products we use, the parametric products, they have different triggers, data sets for the germination, the vegetation, the harvesting. I don't understand these products fully, right? You're never going to get this across to farmers. I think another thing that's very important is involving the farmer in the process. I think when you're standing off and it's just a digital thing, it's nice, but you need to have the farmer involved. The farmer, what we've done in Kenya is the farmer can take a photo. We've trained an AI algorithm to interpret that photo, and that feeds into the claims payment process. But the farmer knows he's kind of more involved. It's not just completely standoff. So I think through these methods, the acre farmers are roughly 50% women farmers. I think that is through a lot of the work we're doing. I think also women are more, I'm trying to think of risk averse, and so the take up of insurance with women tends to be higher. We find women farmers, and we also employ a number of women field officers to make sure that's the case.
Awesome. My grandma will be very happy to know that. Thank you so much, Ewan. I want to come to you, Mini. And, we've talked about involving the farmer and it being more of a co-creation process. And I know Farm Better does a lot of tailored advisory to farmers. How are you doing this very practically in the field, especially when it comes to matters of, let's say, insurance that's coming into the credit? I don't understand the policies. I just want to know, what does this mean to me now? If I'm farming in West Pokot or if I'm farming in Kilifi, it's totally different. My risks are different. So how are we translating that to farmers?
Thank you, Beryl. First things first, like Iwan has mentioned, you can't take the human factor when you're dealing with farmers. As much as digitization is working, the bigger generation that is on the farms is not highly digitized. So an easier way for any person, including banks and all, to be able to reach to the farmer is to have the person who's between. That could be the lead farmers in a village, it could be the VBAs, it could be the extension agents. So always have a human factor that the farmers can actually, because if you tell me to call my bank, that's why call centers exist. If you tell me to call my bank, so there's quite a learning curve. But if I know there's an extension agent who is trained, as Shuma said, and I know they probably live in that, by proximity, it then means that it's so much easier for them to be able to know, okay, in case of a problem, I can take a picture and send, but still, I will always call. I always have a person I can call because they live in the village, they understand the cultural nuances and all. So even in the trainings that we offer to farmers, they're very highly digitized, and part of the trainings that we offer farmers actually come from the farmers themselves. So we usually reach out to farmers and tell them, you're a farmer and you're doing coffee. What practices do you know in coffee that other farmers may need to learn? So we also co-create with them and tell them, tell us the knowledge that you have, let us also digitize that knowledge, because a lot of knowledge is being lost as generations keep passing. So once we digitize that, then we then teach extension agents on how to access that information and also disseminate it to the farmers. So without the human factor, it becomes really, really, really hard. And as Ewan said, you need to bundle everything. Farmers want a one-stop shop. Even if you have an app and it just does one thing, they're like, okay, you've taught me how to grow potatoes. Okay, what do I do with them? So then there's the angle where the farmer needs to understand that, hey, in case of anything, I can be able to access certified seeds. Secondly, through Kenaff, I can be able to access a market. And then, so the farmer concentrates on what they know best, farming. They're not thinking of the processes in between because someone has actually made them really, really seamless. So even if it's an app, even the extension officers will also need to have an array of information. You'll notice that perhaps Iwan can mention that when their team is on the field teaching about insurance, they're being told, okay, how do I get money? So even the team themselves on the field need to be very highly versed in a lot of information around agriculture. They should be able to know that organizations like Kenaff are aggregating produce, but they also need to be also aggregated as farmers for them to have a collective bargain, a collective voice. So it means that that person who is the in-between needs to understand also that all of these organizations that are working for the farmer, because we're all working, all of us here are working for the same farmer, yes, but we are all hitting at it differently. So even we need to also aggregate our services such that a farmer then does not need too many apps because they'll remove what is nonsensical to them, and it could be your app and it's the most important. They'll keep what most entertaining most of the time, yes. So the extension officers that we are working with in the different areas also need to be very versed in all of these things we are speaking about, the agricultural practices. They need to understand about credit, they need to understand about certified seeds, insurance, organizations like Kenaff, the structures within a cooperative, because as I'm like, okay, I've heard about this cooperative, how do I join it? They just need, as much as it's a lot of work, they need to know a lot of the ecosystem that farmers are working with to be able to well support the farmers using the digital tools that we are now teaching the farmers to work. It should also be digital. Let's start with that. Because they need to understand how to use basic apps. The beauty about apps like TikTok and everything have taught people how to easily access apps. So if you have a layer that works almost seamlessly to it, it becomes so much, much easier. So with digital, it means that all of that information can sit in one place, and you're literally carrying an encyclopedia full of all that, as opposed to having to hold it in your head.
Absolutely. And I know my time is up and I'm being told to rush it. But at least we've heard from the farmer and we've heard from the experts here, and thank you so much, Mine. In terms of one, why digital identity is important, what that means for access to credit, insurance, and also for us in terms of now what you're doing as Farm Better, it is that holistic learning. It is that, yes, we have all these amazing products, but if the farmer doesn't understand, then what are we really doing? And I really want to just have the final round of, just to close out this panel, and I want to ask all of us, what, in your opinion, is the biggest opportunity to expand farming across, our counties? What are you seeing as one of the biggest opportunities for us to expand farming in Kenya? So I want to start with you, and then it's the same question for the rest of us. Thank you.
Okay. I'd say there's so many. Agriculture is transitioning to the youth, but I'd say there's very little, in my opinion, that is being done by the government to actually attract the youth to then support agriculture. So what my opinion is that the government should take advantage of all of these young people in the different villages and equip them to be able to teach farmers on sustainable agriculture, credit access, insurance. Let them do the heavy work. Like in other countries where we do projects, there is a heavy extension presence, even with smallholder farmers. And I think if the government is able to empower the youth to be the ones, they're digital, of course, to be the ones who are the highly mobile, they are even eager to create content. So that's, instead of asking my grandma to do all that, let my cousin who's 20 be enabled, have a motorbike, for example, a smartphone, and let them have the information that is needed. Let them do the heavy work to teach the farmers on how to do all of this. So a very robust extension service is my biggest wish list for farmers.
Amazing. Let's clap for Minnie, even as we go to Magdalene. What is that big opportunity that you're seeing for farming in Kenya?
Mine would be data, and that is credible and valid data across the value chain, starting with farmers to the different value actors as well. Data to be used for decision making amongst farmers, cooperative institutions like Kenaff, where we can be able now to lobby effectively, because now it's evidence based, but also data to unlock credit, data to unlock for farmers to be able to access better markets and quality inputs as well. And I know there has been efforts by private sector, by the government as well, to profile these farmers, but still that having credible data is still a gap, and that is what we are trying to address with Sauti ya Mkulima, that when I'm in Nairobi, seated here, can be able to know that what a farmer in Kericho has produced, how many tons of tea they would want to offtake, and then what is the information I'm presenting to the market, to the input suppliers, to insurance, to the financial institution. So data plays a key role here, and to be used for decision making, for policy influence, but also just to avail better services to the farmers.
Amazing. Let's appreciate Magdalene for that as well. Data is so important, and it drives a lot of information. Ewan.
Thank you. One thing. I believe we're on the verge of really transformative change in agriculture in Africa. Yes. I think a lot of the things we've discussed today, when we get it right, we'll get it right. And I just think there's a few blockages that need to be sorted out. I think we talk about digital as if you just do an app and a farmer picks it up and off he goes, right? And it actually doesn't work like that at all. I think digital only really works at the moment when it's accompanied with on-the-ground presence. And I think we keep going back to this distribution and aggregation, which is still key. Farmers need to be trained on the apps. Farmers need to give feedback on the apps, right? Too many times someone in London or Nairobi is designing apps for things they don't really understand, right? And I think that feedback loop needs to be strengthened. I think there are too many apps. We need to be working closer together, and I think that point was made already. So I do. I mean, I think there are really special things happening, and I think we just need to really work together to, over the next few years, to make sure the benefits of that are felt by farmers.
Awesome. So it is us coming together, working together, collaborating and co-creating with our farmers. Let's appreciate Yuan as well for his remarks. Shuma, last but not least,
you
tell us.
have used the word co-creating.
Yes.
Indeed, next week we will be holding, I think, the first of its kind workshop, a co-creation workshop, to activate Sauti ya Mkulima, an entire ecosystem involving banks, involving farmers, involving the insurance like Africa, to produce broilers. The Farmers' Choice, Kenchik, the market, the aggregators, they will be signing contracts with the farmers to produce for them. And so for me, the one thing that we want to do is to agree here that let's go out there to activate Sauti ya Mkulima. And as the president says, the richest farmers in the world will be chicken farmers. We want to do exactly that, because around broilers take 8 weeks. 8 weeks. The project we envision to do is to finance an individual farmer to do a minimum of 300 broilers. That will earn him almost 50,000 shillings in 1.5 months. 2. In that ecosystem, we want to activate the production of animal feeds, maize. And indeed, we've already secured money to put into production 20,000 acres. So the cooperatives from Coast Region get ready for January. Okay? But as the farmers produce maize, we don't want them to go and plant two packets per acre. They will be supervised by the service providers. Okay? Those service providers, yesterday we were Spiral. They will be on motorbikes and they will earn per effort on the Sauti ya Mkulima. The way your M-Pesa agent earns a commission for every transaction. What we want to do, come January, we want to activate the Sauti ya Mkulima in motion, so that the farmer does not produce for a market he does not know. And so it could be a maize farmer producing for the animal feed processor. The animal feed manufacturer will be supplying the kitchen chicken, the broiler farmer. The broiler farmer, not a single day those broilers will stay in the farm. They will be off-taken by the market, whether it's layers. And then the farmer will be insured by him. Okay, so that if this farmer has a market, if this farmer is fully serviced, if this farmer is fully de-risked with an insurance firm, why wouldn't a bank? And I'm glad to report that the next week co-creation workshop, 2 leading banks, I'll not mention, will be involved, so that now we will all agree how we are financing, what package Africa is ensuring, is guaranteeing that if this farmer does not produce these broilers successfully, and which I have seen Africa do, they pay the farmer. In fact, they pay the loan plus compensating the farmer. That's what I can testify. So, in short, I think Sauti ya Mkulima is the biggest thing that, as we go back home, we should all aspire to activate. Thank you.
Amazing. Let's appreciate Shuma. Another round of applause for my panelists. My time is much gone, but I believe the conversations that we've had are very necessary, and it will be awesome. If you want to talk more with the panelists, please find them. They are still here. I believe there's more conversation to happen, but even this far, there's a lot more to be done, but it can be done with you and the service providers and the different ecosystem players in the value chain, so that we ensure that Sauti ya Mkulima inasikizwa, si ndio? Kenaff? Awesome. Thank you very much. I'd like to return the program back to Ferdinand. Let's appreciate our panelists one more time. Thank you so much.
Before you sit, just please stand here together for a group photo. Kenaff, sauti ya mkulima. Nimejua sasa mko na slogan nataka kuwasumbua nayo mpaka za 12 jioni. Kenaff, sauti ya mkulima. Great. So we're going to have this photo session, and then we also have gifts for our panelists to thank you for showing up. And for that, we'll be asking Professor to hand over the gifts. So, they are smiling, so I hope you're taking advantage of that. Which is the official camera? Which wachague? Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If you could just hand over this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give them a hand one more time. All right, before we go for our first recharge of the day, we're going to have just one more presentation. I expect this one to take no more than 5 minutes because it's just one person. And it happens to be one of you. Joyce Waweru is going to speak about strengthening farmer membership. That's building vibrant, sustainable, and representative farmer organizations in Kenya. Joyce is a professional Kenaff member with a passion for grassroots member mobilization, for farmer health insurance, and business development for farmers. Let's welcome Joyce Waweru. Mpigeni makofi akikaribia.
Thank you. As our speaker said, my name is Joyce Waweru, a professional Kenaff member. And more to that, I have been serving in the government of Kenya in the health sector with an experience of over 20 years. But more to that, I am very passionate about grassroots membership mobilization and business development. And I wish to speak to my colleagues, farmers. I know the work we do, and I take this opportunity to speak to you because I know and I feel just like you do. So first of all is to, with a lot of deep respect, recognize the work that we do. We wake up very early to make change in this country, isn't it? We are the people that carry the burden of feeding the nation, and it is not a small task. So as we feed the nation, we need to stay together, close-knit, in unity and in strength. And we are saying, Kenaff, Sauti? Kenaff? That is the voice we are talking about. And that voice is not just a slogan. It is the strength that unites us. Are we in agreement? That this is not just a slogan. We do not pronounce the slogan for the sake of it. It is a unifying slogan. So it keeps us together. And Mr. Schumer has spoken very well. He said something about mentorship. He said he has a mentor. He recognized a mentor. I think the mentor is in the room, or so I assume. Very nice. And as a farmer, do you take time, now that you're a Kenaff member, to be the voice, so that the next farmer, your neighboring farmer, becomes a member of Kenaff and benefit the same way? I want to challenge us about growing our membership in the grassroots. We are very few farmers in Kenaff is marketing itself and saying 50 million Kenyans in one network. Have we heard about that? Do we have marketers in the room, by the way? How many farmers do we have in Kenya? Give me an approximate figure. Professor, how many farmers do we have? 10 million. Let's take a figure of 8 million. So how many registered Kenaff members do we have? I'm assuming we are coming from our county as representatives and as farmers, isn't it? So how many members do you have in your county registered with Kenaff? Because we are saying unity is strength, isn't it? So this one voice, when you unite into bigger numbers, we will win the battle because we will be listened to. Our voice will be relevant to the government. And I want to talk about better. Do you know about better? Bottom-up, economic, transformative agenda, isn't it? So someone has said here that when the president speaks, makes an address, I assume about 70% of his address he speaks about farming because he's a farmer. And I wonder if he's a member of Kenaff. You should recruit him if he's not. So when you talk about better, how do we become part of that economic transformation? If we cannot unite and make strength so that our voice is heard, then it will be very hard for us to achieve all the things that we have had here. Because we've been told about, even aggregating so that members get credit, isn't it? How do you push for credit when you're so few? Do you understand the meaning of making that voice heard at the grassroots? So I feel we all have a responsibility, and I do not understand why you should shy away to tell my neighbor as a farmer to become part of Kenaff. I want to imagine in this country there has been a myth or a notion that people who are farmers are poor. Or we farm because we have nothing else to do. Is that true? I am a professional employed by the government. I'm a farmer. And I think that is what I want to retire and do for the rest of my life as I market Kenaff, because I am so passionate about seeing this organization grow. But I want to ask you, are you a poor farmer? You're an entrepreneur, isn't it? The same way Safaricom is competing to add the 50 million plus, is the same way you should be competing to grow our produce and to multiply the yield, isn't it? So as a farmer, what can make you get better by unifying your agenda with Kenaff agenda? Do you support Kenaff, or does Kenaff support you? I would want to hear an answer for that. Who supports the other? Okay, the farmers. I would want to hear from the farmers at the back there. Very good. Thank you. That is what we should be doing. We should not be too much reliant on Kenaff. We should have support from Kenaff, and likewise, we support Kenaff to grow. Are we together? Can we give a clap to the board? They are doing so much work to ensure that we grow and to give us the best that they can. But are we doing the same? Because we said we are not poor, we are entrepreneurs, isn't it? And we are supposed to make profits from our yield. So can we use that yield to also support Kenaff so that Kenaff can grow and become more stable? They have evolved over time. So we are coming from KNFU. We have old KNFU members in the house. Can we see them? Staff of KNFU? We have several in the house. So Kenaff has evolved from KNFU, and now here we are as Kenaff, isn't it? So what role are we playing out there? I want us to go out and preach, because we are not poor. We are people with our own mind, people who have made decisions to do farming, not as an option, but as our daily income. We use it to earn our daily income. And so I would wish to say one more thing as I close and challenge ourselves. I want to be an advocate of Kenaff. Do you want to be an advocate? So how are we going to bring Kenaff more members? We want to grow our membership into Kenaff, and they have given us very good opportunities that I want to talk about in a very brief way as I close. One of the things that commitment that they have made is to ensure, we've talked about soil. Minnie was sitting next to me and she was talking about how we should improve the soil so that we get good crop, good yield. So we are talking about a food and nutritional secure Kenya. That is what Kenaff is helping us do. Resilient and transformed food systems, higher incomes and dignified farmer livelihoods, farmer-driven climate action, we have heard about that, social protection for farmers through health insurance. So we want to set the pace for our future, and I'm very happy we have a youth representative in Kenaff. Because as we do whatever we are doing, we look into the future and know we are doing this not for us, but for our generations. So we have to retain the stability. So I want to talk about the farmers' health insurance. Have we heard about it? I'm in the insurance industry, by the way. I just say that. Have you heard about the farmer health insurance with Kenaff? How many are members? Very few. We want a healthy farmer continuing doing their work. So we want to be insured, isn't it? We want to take away the worry of getting sick and you cannot continue working because you cannot afford health care. So are we aware about the FHI? Have we ever heard about it? Why are we not embracing it? Personally, I've embraced it. I am insured by the government, but I've gone further to buy the FHI because I know I am only limited for the government cover. And I wish to take an extension of my health cover. So I have gone ahead and I wish to bring you loop you into the idea. Buy the farmer health insurance. It is only 3,000 per year. And the much it does for us, I hope some of us here are beneficiaries. We would want to hear those stories later. But because of time, you'll allow me to stop there and ask you to become the voice, not as a slogan, but as a strength. Kenaff? Sauti ya mkulima? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joyce. Please don't go away. We are going through the same ritual with you, please. Our photographers. You're all alone. I could stand with you. Can I? Okay. And we have a gift. Evelyn, board member, where are you? Is Evelyn here? From? What's? Elgeyo Marakwet. Evelyn, yuko wapi? Tafadhali njoo ukabidhi zawadi. So we have a gift for you as well.
never should have let you go. I didn't know nothing, I was stupid, I was foolish, I was lying to myself.
Let's give them one more hand. All right, that is the end of session 1. Ni wakati wa kuingia ku recharge, si ndio? Lakini kabla ya hapo, let us now do a special clap for the first session. For the guests who came and presented, and for yourself for sitting through it and listening. Have you learned something? Umejifunza kitu? So why don't we have a proper farmers clap for this, ndio? As farmers we love rain. So we're gonna have a showers, shower, rain and thunderstorm kind of clap. So tutaanza na showers. Tutasema manyunyu ama rasharasha. Manyunyu. So manyunyu mtafanyaje? Alafu we'll go to rain, mvua, right? Mvua mtafanyaje? Nataka ile mvua ya Kitale bwana. Great. Alafu radi. Great. So hiyo ilikuwa ni rehearsal. All right. So this is for all of us for a great first session. Nipe ni manyunyu. 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 I am mvua. Great. So it's now time for our tea break and health break. This is how we're going to do it. Our invited guests who are with the chairman, CEO and the board, there is a room here where you shall be led by Valerie over there. Valerie, raise your hand. So you'll be led over there. Panelists and other invited guests, we shall go down to the restaurant, which is on the ground floor. And then Kenaff members, so most important guests, the garden is open for you, so tuelekea upande huko kwenye garden. And during that time as well, we have an exhibition going on. So take time, once you're done, you can go to the exhibition, also down there on the ground floor, and see what the farmers have prepared for us, all right? It is now 11:01. Can we all agree to be back here by 11:30? Yeah, 11:30, good? Fantastic. Have a good break and see you in 30 minutes.
먹으면 더 맛있는 콤비네이션 시카고 피자. 4가지 고기 토핑으로
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hello? Hello? If you can hear me, clap twice. That's just only 40% of you. Hello? Hi? Wamama hi? Wababa ye? Hey! Yenyewe kuna wababa ndani. So first of all, ningependa hivi viti vya mbele vijajae kwanza. I would like to ask to fill up these spaces. Please ignore the reserved labels. There are open seats here. Watu wamekaa nyuma, wengine hata hamparticipate, hatujui kama mnaweza kutuona. So tafadhali tusonge mbele. Keti kwenye meza, wale ambao wanaweza kukaribia ukiwa nyuma songa mbele. Let's fill up these spaces. Let's make it nice and cozy. It's cold. Huku kuna baridi nyingi sana. So watu wacheni kukaa mbali sana. Na karibu kurusha macho, wengine siwaoni. Tutakaa backbench mpaka sigari. Let's move forward please. Let's move forward. Umeacha kina dada wamekaa peke yao. Let's move forward. Acha chairman balance tafadhali. Very good. Wale wanaosonga, good job. Kuna wado And she's smiling, and I can see you smiling while hiding from their seats in front here. Mimi sasa ndaanza kuwavuta kwa mikono yangu hivi. So before I do that, please move forward. There are seats, I can still see empty seats here. Yeah. This looks better. O chakula bado mshasema. Sasa nilisema msonge mbele, lakini hii row sasa mumeacha katikati hapa bwana. Who is going to sit there? Please move forward. Please move forward. Wewe namna gani? Si watakatika kidogo. Haya. Yes. Program tunawapatia tu size. Good. Sisi wote ni wakulima kila kitu. Sasa ni mimea ina gani mnakuza? Hebu nisikie. Ndizi, mahindi, sunflower, canola. This is very good. Kwanza niko na assignment fulani. Where's the other? I need another mic. Kuna zawadi kwanza tuwapigie makofi kubwa, alafu umesikia sasa Kena wanataka zawadi wakishataja. Mkulima, hebu majina yako na umetoka wapi?
Mimi naitwa Peter Ng'ang'amburu from Nakuru County.
Yes.
Mimi ni mkulima ambaye analima mahindi ya ng'ombe kufanya silaging. Canola for making the protein in our cows.
Yes.
After being pressed, msipee canola ikiwa kavu. Unaipea kama imetolewa mafuta na inakuwa na canola cake ambayo inakuwa mixed up with other ingredients.
Yes.
Pia tunakuza super napier to improve our daily product and so many others. Roads grass and all this.
What is the most challenging thing about, or the most beautiful thing about growing canola?
The most beautiful thing is now canola do change our soil texture.
Yes.
Nabadilisha mchanga wetu na inakuwa na rutuba za kutosha. Pia inakuwa kwa haraka na unaweza itumia hata ikiwa mboga wakati huja harvest zile seeds. So iko very economical and fast growing.
Fantastic. Yeah. Pigia watu Nakuru makofi. What else do na sasa wakulima wa mifugo wako wapi? Wale wa mifugo, wakulima wa mifugo wako wapi? Nyinyi wote ni wa crops peke yake? Okay, wa mifugo ndio huyu. Your name, where you from, and which kind of livestock do you have?
Amjambo tena wakulima wenzangu. Mimi naitwa Gatobura Rama, ni mkulima wa ng'ombe za maziwa. Frisians.
Yes.
Yes.
Biashara iko namna gani kwa sasa?
Sio mbaya. Ni vile mvua tu imeanza kuleta shinda. Tumeanza kubabaika kidogo. Tukiwa na mvua tuko chonjo.
Nini inahitajika katika ukulima ama ufugaji wa Frisians ndio itoke kwa hiyo sio mbaya ikuwe nzuri sana? Tunataka next time ukija hapo sema ni nzuri sana. What needs to be done in your opinion?
Siri tu ya ng'ombe zote za maziwa ni vile unazifeed. What you are giving them.
Yes.
Yeah. Maziwa tunaweka, haitoki. Kuna ile ability ya ng'ombe kutoa yenyewe, nyingine lazima uweke na effort yako.
Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. Pigeni makofi. Haya, sasa nataka nisikie kila mtu akitaja their favorite crop in unison kwa pamoja, sawa sawa. Just think about it. Ushaifikiria ile mimea unapenda zaidi? Iko kwa kichwa? Wacha nisikie 1 2 3. Nimesikia mahindi peke yake. Nimesikia mahindi. Au wengine sijasikia vizuri. Mmesema? Haya, wacha nisimame hapa. Mko tayari? 1 2 3. Nimesikia majani chai. Nimesikia majani chai. Haya, wacha nisimame hapa kidogo. 1 2 3. Minji. What is minji in your local language? Miji ni miji tu. Hakuna jina lingine. Haya, let's start with the simple ones. Again, I want you to say it in unison kwa pamoja. What is mahindi in your local language? Ha? Pepe. Pepe inatoka wapi hiyo?
Yeah, mdangras mkanata. Hiyo tunaita mpempe mahindi. Hiyo ni maize ambayo inatoka pande ya Meru na pande zingine za Kenya.
Makofi kwa Meru. Maize is our staple food. Aha, wacha nisikie tena. Mahindi 1 2 3. Pa what? Aya. Na mko wengi hiyo lugha moja, hebu tuambie ni lugha. Waambie hiyo ni lugha inatoka wapi, mmekuja hapa na basi 7?
Nimetoka upande ya Baringo.
Okay.
Mahindi tunaitanga pande.
Okay. Pande ni rahisi hiyo pande. Ndaenda kwa mwenye duka kama niwekee pande gorogoro 2 anze kuniangalia na wachumbaya. Sawa. All right, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, say Kenaff. If you're happy and you know, say Kenaff. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show that you're happy and you know, say Kenaff. Kenaff. Haya. Clap for yourselves for that. It's time for our next session. So I understand first of all that farmers had questions, mlikuwa na maswali. We apologize we were not being able to do that in the first opening panel because of time constraints. Tena saizi tungekuwa na Q&A alafu sasa tumekula tena 1 hour, but we'll try and make sure we make that available. So our apologies for that. Let's try. And also now let's try and as much as possible in terms of logistics, keep time when we speak or when we go out so that we can make time for all those things that you want. We'll try and make space for Q&A because we are here because of you farmers. Namna gani? Number 2, there have been slight changes to the program, so some of you have asked for the official program. The printed one is very different from the one we are following right now. So kwa sasa I'll just show you what the program is like between now and our next break, and then I'll also be telling you what the program looks like, okay? Because it's changed. So we're going to start first of all with an signing of an MOU that is between Kenaff and the United States Dairy Export Council, who are here with us. Then after that we'll have partner speeches. We have partners here including the East Africa Agritera. We have the Africa Development Bank who are going to speak to us, all right? And the Andrea Hames Academy. So we have them, we're going to speak here. So we're just going to have that for this session, probably over the next 1 hour, then take a break, then come back in the afternoon. So if you have burning questions for our panelists, some of them are still here, please keep them. We'll try our best during that panel to have an open forum ambapo mnaweza kuuliza maswali yenu. Si ndio? If you can hear me, clap twice. Kama unaweza kunisikia piga makofi mara 4. Okay, you can hear me. Great. So we have this table laid out very well here, and it's time to sign an MOU that will be of great benefit to hopefully everybody that is in here today, especially our dairy farmers. So next year is the International Year of the Women. Women farmers, clap for yourselves. Wamama hai, wamama hoi, wamama ache. So next year is the International Year of Women Farmers, and there's something great here for you. So these are partnership on promoting women in the dairy sector in Kenya in the context of the 2026 being the International Year of the Women Farmer. And this is an MOU between Kenaff, where you belong, and the United States Dairy Export Council. And so to start off with the ceremony here, very light, is Madam Dorcas Gibran, the chair of the Kenaff Women Council. Mpigeni makofi akikaribia. Na tumekubaliana sasa hizi tunaweka comments fupi fupi ndio tuweze kusonga mbio mbio kama train ya SGR ama namna gani. Yeah, thank you. Karibu.
Oh, pole. Nilikuwa kumbe sauti ndio ilikuwa haijafika. Halo. Wacha niwakumbushe tena jina yangu ni Dorcas Gibran. Vile MC amesema ni kwamba nashukuru kwa hii nafasi. Ni kwamba tunashukuru kwanza shirika la Kenaff. Ukiona tumesimama hapa, tumejengwa uwezo na shirika la Kenaff. Tunaweza kuzungumza mbele ya wanaume, mbele ya wapendwa kutoka nje na waweze kutusikia tunasema nini. Nimesimama hapa ni kwamba kwanza tunashukuru kwa ajili ya mama mmoja yuko hapa ambaye ameweza kuhakikisha kwamba anashika wamama mkono. Anashika wamama mkono kwa shirika ambalo tumesikia mambo ya ng'ombe na maziwa. Ametambua shirika lizuri sana kwa akina mama ambalo halichukui muda. Huo mradi hauchukui muda wa mama. Asubuhi akiamka, akikamua, akitupia majani yake, anaenda shughuli zingine. Alikaa akafikiria kwamba wamama wana mambo mengi sana katika jamii ama kwa nyumba, akatafuta mradi ambao utachukua muda mfupi. Kwa hivyo tumpatie kofi moja, ingawa najua hasikii, lakini CEO wangu atakuja amuelezee yale ambayo nimeongea. Tumpe huyo mama kofi moja ingawa hamjui. Asante sana. Ni kwamba kile ningeweza kusema, tumeambiwa kuna siku ya wamama mwaka ujao ama umeanza bado in December. Itakuwa 2026. Ndipo sasa tutaanza huo mradi wetu. Ni kwamba tumezungumza na Kenaff, wakianza kuzungumza na yeye kwanza tupate tuwe na ripoti kamili ya hawa wamama na huu mradi. Wanahitaji nini? Wanataka wafanyiwe nini? Sababu natakikana ukiwa unafanya mradi uwe umeuelewa, usipoteze muda wako. Kwa hivyo tunataka kufanya tukimaliza, tukianza huo mwaka ujao tupelekwe training, tufundishwe. Sababu naweza umeamka asubuhi kamwe ng'ombe yako utupie majani vibaya, maziwa iwe chini. Kumbe vile utaipeleka vizuri, hapo unapata maziwa ambayo ni mradi utakuwa una faida. Kwa hivyo tunaomba hizo training. Baada ya hapo tukishafanya hizo training kwa ajili ya huo mradi, tunataka exchanging program. Mimi ninaweza nakamua ng'ombe moja anatoa lita 2, huyo anakamua ng'ombe 3 anatoa lita 1 kwa sababu ya malezi ama hana experience ya huo mradi. Ni vizuri akija kwangu exchanging program aje aone kwa nini Dorcas ng'ombe moja anatoa maziwa mengi? Kwa nini huyu ng'ombe 3 hatoi? Tunaenda kuangalia hapa na pale. Kwa sababu umesikia tuko 47 counties, nadhani wamama wataniunga mkono tuzunguke hizo 47 counties tukiongozana na huyu mama na shirika la Kenaff, tuhakikishe kila mama ambaye ako hii Kenya amepata huo mradi kuhusu mambo na maziwa. Ukweli ni kwamba nilikuwa nasikia MC akiuliza nani mkulima, nani mkulima. Kuna siku tumekuwa na International Day ya ukulima, ni kwamba hakuna mtu si mkulima. Tena madam wakatuliza mkulima ni yule maskini. Tukasema hapana, kwa sababu hakuna mtu hapa yuko hapa hali chakula cha ukulima kinatoka juu. Hata siku nyingine nikawa kwa mkutano nikasema hata mpendwa wetu ambaye ni kiongozi wa nchi ni mkulima, sababu anakula. Hakuna mtu hali, hata ndugu zetu kutoka kule nje wanakula. Kwa hivyo ukulima ni kazi nzuri, inahitaji kuangaliwa vizuri, mambo ya health, mambo ya insurance, ili tuweze kufanya hiyo kazi vizuri. Kwa hivyo nikitaka kuongezea zaidi ni kwamba majaliwa mwaka ujao hizo ripoti tutapangiliwa na Kenaff vizuri na huyo mfadhili wetu, vile tutalaunch hiyo ripoti, sababu tutaenda kufanya research hii ripoti tuje kuilaunch mwaka ujao. Kwa hivyo wapenzi, wapendwa, mliotoka mbali, wakulima wenzangu, mkulima ni tajiri. Hujasoma, umesoma, wewe ni mkulima. Sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo sitakuwa na mengi, yangu tu ni shukrani kwa huyo mama. Tulikuwa tunataka huyu mama tutamuita hapa kabla ya CEO, tunataka kumvalisha Kiafrika. Akienda huko akiangalia hivi anakumbuka wamama wa Kenaff kutoka Kenya.
So,
yes.
hiyo mtamvalisha wakati wa kupeana zawadi so that it becomes one ceremony.
Nilikuwa naomba tu tumvalishe saa hii wakati tunaandikisha awe amevaa. Naomba hiyo.
Mmekubali hivyo? Haya, sawa.
Mama mwenyewe anaitwa Janice Giden. Sijui nimelita vizuri, pole. Kwa hivyo tunamwomba Janice aje hapa mbele.
Janice is asking you to come forward so that they can
tumvalishe wakati atakuja ongee
from the women.
Atakuwa amevaa hiyo kitenge.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time.
Hello. Naomba kuita CEO alafu aje na Jenisa wama msiende. Ili wakisign MOU tuwe tuko hapo, funga kitenge vizuri. Sawa sawa. Tuko pamoja. Tuko pamoja. Naomba CEO karibu uongee alafu tukijaza na nio yetu tuwe tuko pamoja. Karibu.
Kenaff? Sauti ya mkulima. So Madam Gibran is the Kenaff National Women Rep. She represents the Kenaff Women Council. She's talked about next year being the International Year of the Woman Farmer. The United Nations has declared 2026, for those who may not know, as the International Year of the Woman Farmer, ama mwaka wa kuadhimisha ile kazi wakulima kina mama wanafanya. Sisi kama Kenaff tuko na mpangilio ya kusherekea hii mwaka, na mojawapo ya ile kazi tutafanya ni kuangazia ile wakulima kina mama kwa dairy wanafanya. So as the Kenya National Farmers Federation, we do have a program of action to celebrate the International Year of the Woman Farmer. And while we are going to highlight the important work that women farmers do in this country, we are going to spotlight women in the dairy sector. So we'll celebrate all the women farmers, but we'll put a spotlight in the dairy sector like Madam Gibran has said. So in this regard, we do have a partner that is joining with us to celebrate the year, really. That is what we'll do, is celebrate the year with a partner from the US called the United States Dairy Export Council. And it is represented here by our friend Janice Giddens. What we do next year is launch a report on women in the dairy sector in Kenya. It will be launched in June during the General Assembly of the World Farmers Organization, which will be hosted by Kenaff. This is, of course, something we are going to discuss tomorrow when we are going to have our internal session, because the General Assembly of the 2026 General Assembly of the World Farmers Organization is being hosted by Kenaff next year. This is something we need to be proud of as Kenaff and as members of Kenaff, because it is we that shall be hosting the entire world in Nairobi in June. Thank you. In June 2026, that is June 9th, 10th, and 11th. And I take this opportunity also to welcome those of you who are not necessarily Kenaff members. You are our partners, you are our stakeholders. Obviously, we are going to invite you formally, but also take this as an invitation to this General Assembly. So we are going to launch this report. So Kenaff and United States Dairy Export Council, we are going to launch this report. The MOU we signed today is really outlining the work we do over next year to celebrate women in dairy. One of the things we do is launching this report during the General Assembly of the World Farmers Organization. Obviously, next year during International Day for Rural Women, we are going to spotlight this. We are planning a high-level dairy workshop in April of next year. And then during our AGM next year, we are also going to focus on what is the impact of women who are in the dairy sector in Kenya. Kwa hivyo, hiyo ndio kazi tutaenda kufanya, ni kuangalia kama vile mama amesema, kuangalia mahali kina mama ambao wako kwa dairy wako, zile changamoto wanapitia, zile accomplishments wamefanya, wale partners wanafanya nao, ndio tutoe hii report. Na tukifanya hii report, we can also convert it into a policy brief. Or we can extract a policy brief from that we share with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and many other actors in Kenya, including many of our partners like Agritera and many others who also work in the dairy sector. So I think that is it. I will now hand it over to Valerie Otieno to guide us on the next steps. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for the CEO. I know we were taught a clap, Yaradi, but we have a special Kenaff clap. And the Kenaff clap goes like this. So you do 1, 2, 3, you do 1, 2, 3, and you do 1, 2, 3. Nani hajaniona? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. In a more, let's give it oomph. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. So now we are going to quickly move to the next session because we are constrained of time. Of course, the CEO has highlighted the bulk of the work that we are going to do with the women in 2026. But it's also exciting looking at our program of action and the other things that also fall into it, including things like dairy field trips, exchange programs that we can do here and there, trainings for the women, and celebrating the days and highlighting. We want to do something we call her dairy story. That would be really, really exciting. So I want to take this moment to welcome Janice to the stage. I will give you a bit 3 minutes if you have something to say, and then we just quickly move into the signing of the MOU.
Saying thank you for my new outfit. I didn't expect to be wearing this today, but it does match what I had already had on, so I appreciate you for color coordinating me. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you today. I often get asked, how did this happen? How did the U.S. Dairy Export Council and Kenaff come together? So I just want to really quickly kind of outline a little bit of that for you. Not unlike the networking break that we were all just at and stayed a little longer than maybe we were supposed to at. Last year in Rome, I was at a reception and ran into the Kenaff DG as well as many others in the room who are a part of that delegation. And we just started talking about our shared love of East Africa and Kenya. I'm a registered dietitian, but I've worked with farmers. I've worked as a farmer with them and for them across 3 different continents, including this one. And so as we talked about that and our fondness for farmers and seeing more farmer-led, farmer-driven policy making happening at our multilaterals as well as at our national governments, we realized, that there were some things that we could probably do together. And we continued that conversation earlier this year here in Nairobi and realized, we had this shared passion for elevating, highlighting, and celebrating the role that women play in our agri-food systems and our food value chains. And so my CEO, I feel compelled to tell you, when she was the Deputy Secretary of Agriculture in the Obama administration, she started in motion the work that led, more than a decade ago, started this work that led to this UN resolution that has been passed on the International Year of the Woman Farmer. And so when she asked me to lead her task force to decide how we could support others in activities that would highlight, celebrate, and elevate women in agriculture and in the dairy sector, I immediately turned to my new and trusted friends at Kenaff and said, what can we do together? And I think you've heard everything outlined here, so that is what we are doing together. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Janice. So I'll ask Janice and the CEO to just come. And I'll ask Madam Dorcas and the team to just be behind them. Yes, and because we have highlighted most of the work here, we won't go so much into discussing what is in the MOU, but I want to give a minute to Dr. Mwenda and Janice to just confirm that our document is in place. Look at the part where you sign. Is it properly written? Are your names properly written? Okay, then now we sign. We can clap as they sign. This is a grand moment.
Jamani, hii tumeletewa. Tukikaza tunaambiwa tujitume na kujiongeza. Sasa tunajituma kwa hii na tunajiongeza.
Okay, so we'll just take a picture of this signed part. Sorry. Thank you very much. And before the CEO sits, we also have a gift for Janice.
Make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week, you will sing a new song. 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations. God is good.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to next year. I will now hand over the program to the MC.
This is a big moment. Let's see a big clap for this again. Congratulations to Kenaff and US Deck. Okay, so can we just clap like something properly really happened? We are clapping as if somebody says it's not going to rain for the next 14 years, all right? You've been taught the Kenaff clap. This is a big Kenaff moment, so let's do the Kenaff clap 3 times. Do you remember it? The first one, second, third. Sasa hiyo times 3. Mko tayari? 1, 2, and 3. Vunja. Congratulations. All right, so it's now time for our partner speeches, and we'll make this also thick and fast. The first person to speak is Mr. Stein van Giel. Stein, that is the correct pronunciation. Yeah, I don't wish to butcher your name. So he says his personal mission is to contribute to a better world, to develop concrete initiatives in partnership with local and international stakeholders in markets and agribusiness and manufacturing value chains. Important is that these interventions are inclusive, sustainable, and realistic. Being close to the fire allows him to connect easily with local actors and focus on building relationships and trust among different stakeholders, among them yourselves. So put your hands together for Mr. Van Hill. Karibu.
Okay, good. Tunasema habari ya zenu. Karibuni sana. Am I allowed to say that? Yes, it's a bit, to be honest, I'm standing quite far from you. I don't like the distance. It's good to be close to the people I'm talking, but I'll give it a shot. So, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Mwenda and Kenaff for allowing me also an opportunity to say something on behalf of AgriTerra. And, well, to start with, mimi naitwa Stein van Geel, natoka Uholanzi. I familia yangu ni wakulima pia. Wanazalisha maziwa, wanazalisha viazi. Viazi? Tunasema viazi. So I'm not completely unfamiliar with farming because of that. Well, I'm the regional manager for AgriTerra East Africa. Let me, if I stand like this, can you still hear me like this? Yeah, it's okay. And AgriTerra is an interesting organization. AgriTerra is an organization, it's a cooperative development organization that is actually being founded by the Farmers Federation, a cooperative movement in the Netherlands, which is called LTO. It's a huge farmer organization, and they founded AgriTerra, I think this is back 26, 27 years ago, as a peer-to-peer organization. Because as you know, in the Netherlands, these days, we have cooperatives for everything. We have cooperatives for renewable energy. A lot of the farmers in the Netherlands are actually organizing and are organized also in cooperatives. But we have companies like Friesland Campina, Rabobank, you name it, we have cooperatives for it. And actually they serve a very important part of the sector in the Netherlands, and they have been contributing to the development, the economic development of our sectors tremendously. So how can AgriTerra also play a role in transferring some of this knowledge and linking it to the local knowledge of countries in emerging economies, such as in Kenya? So that is what AgriTerra is about, and we believe in effectively organized farmers and their abilities to contribute to more resilience of farming households, but also in economic development in rural areas, such as the ones that you are coming from today or yesterday. And I heard also in the panelists this morning the very important and critical role that cooperatives and organized farmers can play. And it was mentioned that they can play a key role in aggregation and marketing of products. But to be very honest, I think there is much more that cooperatives can do. Cooperatives have the ability to offer production services. They have the ability to offer financial services. So some of the work that we are doing with strengthening cooperatives, for example, is in the dairy sector. It's a nice bridge to the MOU that has been signed. A lot of the work that we do, by the way, here in Kenya is actually in the sector ya maziwa. And one of the key things that we have been doing, for example, with a cooperative called Mumberes in Baringo, I hope there is somebody from Baringo here in the audience as well, is working on commercializing fodder production. And as you know, one of the key challenges and bottlenecks in the dairy sector for farmers is the cost of production, which is mostly attributed, by the way, to animal feed. And we believe, for example, that cooperatives that can access land can also play and have the ability to play a role in commercializing fodder production as a service to their members, right? Because we need local forage production to be accessible, to be affordable, and to be of good quality, so farmers can also during the dry seasons, stabilize their production of milk, maziwa. So this is just one of the examples of what we do, but we also work, for example, in the potato sector here with a cooperative called Starlight, and they have been able to successfully multiply improved potato seed varieties. And in all these initiatives, there is a linkage we have with the Dutch private sector, as you know, we have a network called AgriPool, so we have the ability and the opportunity to tap into expertise from our AgriPool network from the Netherlands. And there are companies like De Heus, but also like Rabobank, LTO, but even a company like Barenbrug, who are specialized in forages, varieties, for producing grass, which is suitable for different climatological conditions for dairy farmers in Kenya. So these are all type of companies that have a lot of expertise that can actually contribute also to the development of farmers and production. So this is in a nutshell our work, and I think one of the key, well, of course, the slogan of today is, if I'm correct, is farmers first, and I can really, I can really relate to that. So basically, what we do as Agriterra is really help cooperatives to take charge of their own development trajectory. And I think this is also very important, because when I talk with potential fund providers or donors, in a lot of the cases, they still talk about farmers as a vulnerable group, which I disagree. I think farmers have the ability to take control of their own development trajectories, and I think that's what's very central in our approach. And that's where we try to support them with advice, with training, and with facilitating exchanges with cooperatives that are at a very high level of professionalism. Now, if I reflect a little bit on the partnership with Kenaff, this is a partnership that is going along for quite a long time. I think it's started actually in 2011, which is like, well, what is it, 13, 14 years ago. And this is also a little bit demonstrated by the name of the hall, the very hall that we are actually in, because this hall is named after Kees Blokland. And for those who don't know don't know Kees Blokland, he's also a Dutch guy like me, but he has been the founder and former CEO of Agriterra. So that, I think, also symbolizes the very important partnership we have with Kenaff. We have been supporting them a lot over the past years, especially in strengthening them and helping them to develop and to support effective lobby and advocacy, of course, towards the government, to make sure that the needs and priorities of the farmers and the members of Kenaff are sufficiently addressed. And of course, as Agriterra, we do work with some of the members of Kenaff. We do work with cooperatives and unions that are part of the umbrella organization of Kenaff. But looking forward and looking into the future, there are two very important partnerships or opportunities that I see that I want to materialize on and highlight. One of them is called the Cooperative Partnership for Climate Smart Food and Forestry. And this is a unique, sorry, I'm too tall, so I keep on hanging like this, so let me just bring the mic closer to my mouth instead of the other way around. Because I don't like standing like this. Okay, this is better. It's the Climate Smart Food and Forestry Cooperative Partnership. And why is this important? And I think because very recently Kenaff has been added as a formal partner to this initiative. It's a consortium of organizations that is actually bringing together European farmer federations from the northern, let's say, market with emerging markets in the global south, including Kenaff. And we want to use this partnership to acknowledge, of course, the very important role that cooperatives and farmers play as key drivers for climate action. And as a result of this partnership, for example, well, the first tangible result that came out is something that, of course, Kenaff, Mr. Mwenda, was also part of, was the launch of a new initiative called Tunza. And Tunza in Swahili means nurture, it means taking care of the environment. And then the abbreviation is very long, but it's a project that promotes climate resilient pathways and low carbon value chains in the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And some of the counties I know are here represented today, because I've heard Kisumu, I've heard Trans Nzoia, I've heard perhaps Homa Bay. These are the counties that are being targeted also in this particular initiative. And that was also the result of the work that we've done with this cooperative partnership. And next to Kenaff, of course, the other cooperative or farmer federations, next to the Dutch ones, are the Danish Agriculture Food Council and also the Finnish Agri-Agency. So they're all uniting forces to see how the expertise of these organizations, together with organizations such as Kenaff, can play a role in developing new climate-led initiatives where cooperatives and organized farmers play a key role in owning these initiatives. So this is a great new example of something we're going to do, and in this initiative in the Lake Region Economic Bloc, we're going to onboard 130 cooperatives that will have an opportunity to, where we have an opportunity to strengthen their capacities and together work with them to help them, realize their development objectives. Finally, a final partnership that I would like to highlight is AgriGrade. I think we talked about access to finance and the difficulties for farmers to access finance. Of course, as AgriTerra, we also see opportunities working with cooperatives on internal capital or internal capitalization. It's something that we haven't mentioned, but the force in membership is also that members have an opportunity to, increase some of their shares or put some funding behind for a bigger cause that is actually addressing the needs of many. And that is also the strength of uniting farmers in cooperatives or in SACCOs, where this can play a role. But in this particular initiative, it's a partnership with the Sustainable Trade Initiative, with Oiko Credit and with Scope Insight. And this initiative is called AgriGrade because it offers an approach, a 5-steps approach to graduate cooperatives to a higher level of professionalism and work basically with a group of organizations to complement each other and really work towards a systemic approach. And this is important because in Kenya also we deal a lot with cooperatives, we deal with unions, we deal with farmers, but then you go to a cooperative who might have already received support from another project. So how can we avoid duplication? How can we reinforce working in a systematic approach, but also using data which is standardized? Because that's also a big problem. We talked about data. In this initiative, we work with standardized data that is actually benchmarked with the ISO standard for professional organizations. And by doing that, we also allow other value chain actors, such as financial institutions, of course, the farmers and the cooperatives, input providers, to use the same data and metrics in order to make informed decisions about how and where farmers and cooperatives can receive access to finance. So, we want to take this initiative to the next level. So we are now talking with Kenaff, we're talking with the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs. How can this initiative also support the development targets of the Ministry of Cooperatives to really strengthen cooperatives in all the various counties across the country? So this is something we're also envisioning together with Kenaff. And by having said this, I would like to close again. And the future is in working together in partnerships. And I'm really happy to be here, learn from others. And asanteni sana.
Makofi kwake. Usiende tafadhali sana. Si unaelewa Kiswahili, nimeona ukizungumza Kiswahili.
Not alone, please.
Not alone. Okay, we're going to give him as well. Thank you very much. We're going to ask Kamau Njoroge, board member, please come and present the gift. Photographers, you ready? Fantastic. We'll make it fast. Now I can tell my neighbors I know another Dutch person other than Virgil van Dijk. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Our next speaker is Jan Podolski of the Regional Coordinator East Africa from the Andreas Hermes Academy. The bio.
Yes, I have the honors to read Mr. Jan's bio. So Jan is a seasoned development expert specializing in agriculture and rural advancement with a particular emphasis on empowering farm organizations across East Africa. He holds the position of Regional Coordinator for East Africa at the Andreas Hermes Academy, AHA International, a German non-profit organization committed to supporting farmers and advancing agricultural education. Welcome.
As I'm not as tall as Stein, but still quite tall, I also stick to the roaming mic instead of the table, and it's also then more a relaxed environment to talk. So also thank you for allowing me to address this AGM, and for, I would say, some, maybe a lot of you, I always see a lot of familiar faces in this room. So it is, I believe, my 5th AGM of Kenaff. Me personally, we have been working with Kenaff since 7 years. My organization, similar to AgriTerra, for almost 10 years. Now, the good thing is, since Stein was talking in front of me, I can highlight maybe a bit the differences that AHA has to AgriTerra, because our organizations are not too, are quite similar. So AHA similarly was founded by the German Farmers Federation and the organized German farming sector, including rural women organizations, machinery rings, etc. And while AgriTerra had an emphasis on cooperative development. AHA has been working especially internationally with farmer associations, working on their management structures, financing capabilities, etc. And this is what we have been doing with Kenaff. And in the past years, we have, I would argue, quite some success seeing where the organization came from and where the organization is now. The beauty of this AGM is, of course, we see new partnerships are emerging. Stein has pointed out new projects that are developing, and I actually have the pleasure that we will also close one of our flagship programs. So I don't want to preempt too much of what I'm going to say tomorrow, but we have prepared a bit of a highlight reel to take you down memory lane and remind all of us about the work that we did in the past 10 years. Through various programs, the main one being funded through the Ministry of Development Cooperation in Germany. Now, regarding AHA, so we do continue, of course, engaging with Kenaff, exploring new opportunities to work on. We have still an ongoing project in Kenya, funded by the International Climate Initiative. This is a program dealing with tree nurseries, and we are looking forward to capitalize really in the next year and making this also a big success, so that new projects, new developments that might follow out of this. Now, let me maybe also say that our academy in general is fading and scaling out a bit of Eastern Africa at the moment. This is, I would say, a temporary thing. You have maybe you have heard about the international community donor funding being on more on the declining side of things. I would argue it looks quite promising. At least the tides are turning slightly. We have seen European governments now becoming more friendly again to development cooperation at large. So I would say there is a silver lining, but it has been, let's say, tough few years already for all of us in this sector involved. At the same time, our government at least now wants to put a premium on economic cooperation, and then we have heard it from Ewan in the morning. Quite clearly, if we talk about job creation, if we talk about economic development, then we are talking about agricultural development, because this is where the majority of people are employed. Therefore, I think there is a good case that can be made for farmers' organization in the future to come. And yeah, I'll keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah, by now, I'm sure you know the drill. I'm going to have ask a farmer from Baringo to come and present this gift. Mkulima kutoka Baringo, wa kwanza kusimama tafadhali. Let's make it fast. Thank you. Asante sana. Our next speaker and partner is Dr. Nungari Mwangi from the Africa Development Bank.
Dr. Nungari is the Strategy, Program Development and Partnerships Lead for the De-risking Agriculture Finance and Climate Resilience team at the African Development Bank. She supports the development of the Africa Climate Risk Insurance Framework for adaptation, a continental climate financing facility aiming to mobilize $1 billion to de-risk private sector investments for the development of climate insurance solutions. In this role, she's leading the design of the ACRIFA Academy, a capacity building platform for climate insurance, and integrating ACRIFA's de-risking strategies with agri-food SME catalytic financing mechanism on provision of concession loans and technical assistance to agri-SMEs. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Misi mrefu kama hao wengine. Sauti ya mkulima. Kenaff. It's really a pleasure to be here before you today. As was introduced, my name is Nungari. I work with the African Development Bank.
And we are very happy to be partnering and working closely with Kenaff. So I'm here to just highlight to talk a little bit about the nature of that partnership. My role is actually on strategy, program development and partnerships with the Agriculture and Rural Development Department. Nimefupika sana. Yes, so I work with the Agriculture and Rural Finance Department, and I work on strategy, program development, and partnerships. And I'm actually here with greetings and warm regards from our team lead. His name is Dr. Andrew Mude. Dr. Mwenda knows him, and the rest of the Kenaff team, MasterCard, and our other partners. Our team is responsible for mobilizing what we call blended finance and taking away the risk, so de-risking investments to stimulate growth in African agriculture across the continent. And we do that by 3 de-risking mechanisms. 2 of them are in climate and disaster risk finance. So we have one that was just mentioned, that's called ACRIFA, the Africa Climate Risk Insurance Framework for Adaptation. And that works with the private sector to scale climate insurance solutions for farmers. It's our newest one. We also have another one called ADRIFI that works at the government level. And that puts together finance to provide premium financing for states and also to help them to with anticipatory planning for climate disasters. So that works across the continent, and it's been functional from 2018. And then we have the third fund that's under our facilitation, that's called the Agri-Food SME Catalytic Financing Mechanism, which is what is working directly to support Kenaff with the digitization of farmer cooperatives and the onboarding through the MasterCard platform. ACFM's work is to provide concessional loans, and those loans come alongside technical assistance, and that's provided to financial intermediaries. So we provide that concessional financing to banks, to impact funds, to MFIs, that then on-lend to agriculture SMEs and to farmers at a concessional or cheaper rate. So that's what we do to de-risk agriculture finance. And we're very happy to be working with Kenaff as a partner. Kenaff is important to us because it has helped us to actualize a wider partnership that was signed at the presidential level called the MADE Alliance, so mobilizing access to the digital economy, the MADE Alliance. That is a growing and significant public-private partnership that has brought together different kinds of expertise and to provide and scale services aiming to reach 100 million individuals, businesses, and farmers across Africa by 2034. So that's the goal, that's the ambition. And MasterCard is our co-chair alongside the African Development Bank. So we've been working together, and we're happy that through Kenaff, through working with Kenaff, we've been able to actualize this partnership. The work that we're doing is really focused on supporting agriculture SMEs. We all know what agriculture SMEs do in Africa. They are responsible for powering our food systems. They are responsible for trade. They are responsible for providing employment, especially for young people. But they have a huge annual funding gap. It's about $100 billion US. So that's part of what the partnerships that we're doing and the de-risking work we're doing is solving for. And we acknowledge the work that Kenaff does by pooling producers, aggregating production, and promoting access to markets, to financial services, and to other solutions, because they're helping all of us to bridge that really big funding gap that I've just mentioned. And a key part of solving for that problem is this question of digital inclusion. When Magdalene was on the stage, she talked about how important it is to solve for that digital financial inclusion question, because it's really what's going to take us to the future. And the African Development Bank is very passionate and very keen on advancing this. we have committed $300 million over 5 years across different flagship projects to enhance that digital access for over 10 million farmers across Africa. So this is not just Kenya, it's across Africa. And one of the flagship pieces of work underneath that bigger piece of partnerships that we're doing is this work with Kenaff, which is to digitize and improve the bankability of Kenyan farmer cooperatives. That involves bringing on board to that platform 250,000 smallholder farmers from 100 cooperatives across 10 counties in Kenya. And that MasterCard platform is what has been whiteboarded and now called Sauti ya Mkulima. And we're very, very proud of some of the results that we're seeing coming from that work. For example, as of the end of last month, I believe over 81,000 farmers, over half of whom are women, have been registered onto this Sauti ya Mkulima platform. That's starting to show scale. It's starting to show that we can really do this digitization work with large numbers of farmers and really empower especially women. And then we have 100 champions, if not more, who have been trained in digital profiling and record keeping. And so they are working with the cooperatives to help them improve their bankability so that they can access more money from financial institutions. And then we understand that approximately 34 million Kenya shillings has already been recorded in different kinds of transactions on that platform. And that is part of that very critical evidence that shows the promise of financial inclusion that these digital platforms and this digital accessibility provides. So we are excited to work with you. There are very encouraging results. There is strong potential for scaling. And to achieve this, we just must keep working together. We have to keep fostering the partnerships, having conversations over coffee. I was encouraged to hear the story about how the relationship with USDEC occurred. We need to focus on these scaling efforts and really actively engage with different stakeholders to magnify the work that we're doing, both across the public and the private sectors. It's been my pleasure. I'm so proud, and thank you very much for your time. Asanteni sana.
Pigeni makofi. Please, as usual, there's a photo session and a gift for you as well. We're going to call the life member, Kenaff, Benjamin Bett, to come and present this gift, please. Mr. Bett. Thank you. So, life member. Asante sana. So, well, thank you for sitting down, but I'm going to have to call you back again. So just see that as counting your steps for the day. And he's going to be speaking next, definitely. As I've mentioned, he's a life member, Mr. Benjamin Bett. And as usual, Lily has the profile.
Yes. I hope hatujachoka. I hope we are not tired. So as you've heard, Mr. Benjamin Bett is our life member. We have different types of members. We have youth. So he's one of our distinguished life members. And I'm very honored to have visited his factory. He has a very huge factory, the Greenfields Tea Factory. So that means he's an aggregator. So he collects tea from more than 30,000 farmers. Can we clap for him? Yes, so he contributes very hugely to the agriculture sector. He's also leading tea processing for export. So wakulima, make sure asitoke kama mjemuona if you plant tea. So thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Bett. He's very busy, so it's an honor that we have him with us today. Karibu sana.
Thank you. That title of life member sounds very huge, but I'm one of the very proud members of Kenaff as a life member. So I'll just make some brief comments on some of the things that we are doing together with Kenaff, with Greenfields Tea Factory, which is in Bomet. Like Lily mentioned, we've got about 30,000 farmers who are in our role. and roughly about 10,000 farmers on a typical month who are quite active on ourselves. At this stage, I just want to recognize all the tea farmers, please. If you're a tea farmer, please be upstanding. These are my VIPs. Thank you so much for your contribution to this great commercial crop that is earning huge revenues in terms of forex for this country. So I've been very privileged to be a member of Kenaff. Some of the things that we are working on together in this partnership is to try and extend some of the benefits of membership. Items like the insurance, the medical insurance, which is really taking off now within our membership. Another project that we are working on with Kenaff is on the tree and tea seedling nurseries, which we hope that in the next financial year, well, I keep talking of financial, in the next year I think we will have it up and running. So it's been a great honor and pleasure to work together with Kenaff. I was also privileged to represent Kenaff, all our members, in September in one of the key meetings of the World Farmers Organization, which was presenting at the World Trade Organization in Geneva in the public forum. That forum contributes to the policy formulation of the trade rules and everything that happens around international trade in the World Trade Organization. And this year's theme was digitization. I'm really happy to hear that today most of the speakers who've come before me talking a lot about digitization and the importance of digitization and onboarding as many farmers as possible into that digital space. In that forum, I highlighted some of the challenges as your speaker and as your representative, some of the challenges around access to the technology, the infrastructure, all these data centers that need to be set up. Most of the data centers are still domiciled outside the country, and yet we would like to rely on that to be able to digitize as many farmers as possible. And of course, the capacity, the understanding of our farmers. Not all farmers are of the same access to even devices. So those are some of the issues that we highlighted. There was a very key conversation around the legislation around holding data, personal data especially. And I think our government has been doing quite a lot in that front, setting up legislation around data privacy and storing of personal information, and who should access that information, how should that information be accessed. So there was a lot of conversation around that and a lot of insights. And some of the benefits I would just want to highlight on digitization. Access to government subsidies. There was a very strong presentation by representatives from the EU on how the value of having data for planning and policy by governments. And one of the key things that I think our government, and it really should be lauded, is how it has managed to leverage on the data it has collected on farmers to be able to give subsidies on inputs like fertilizer. In the tea sector, I'm not sure whether the tea farmers who are around here, who are here today, are aware that we are now in our second year of access to fertilizer, and thanks to digitization. When the government came into power in this last after the last election, one of the key things that they wanted to do was to provide inputs, subsidized inputs. And being a member of one of the task force which was dealing with fertilizer, we were able to secure subsidized fertilizer for our tea farmers. So that's one of the things that, as Kenaff and as partners, we really need to support that move towards the digitization of the farmer. Another key one is microfinance. access by our farmers to microfinance can only be fast-tracked if we've profiled and if we've registered as many farmers as possible within the multiple digital platforms that are there. As a company ourselves, we do also provide microfinance to our farmers. This year, I think we might be providing up to 100 million shillings that we provide from our own resources as advances to farmers who are supplying teas to us, so that they don't have to wait, the typical for the bonus period or go through a lengthy process to access finance. And yet, you hold an asset which is you're supplying and aggregating to some of the tea factories. Of course, another big issue where digitization can help us as a country is on traceability, especially if we are dealing with international crops, avocado, coffee, tea, name it, anything that we export. The big conversation now, particularly for food products, is traceability. Some of the laws that are coming into effect, and this was highlighted very well in the WTO, should have minimal. There is something called the minimum chemical residue. We use all these chemical fertilizers, we spray our crops, and some of that ends up in our plates and our beverages. So if we are to be competitive as a country, with digitization we are able to track and have traceability, so that we are able to benefit from some of those markets where we would like to export to. So I wouldn't want to say much today. It's my real pleasure to be here again, and I'm hoping that we can grow the membership, particularly for our tea farmers, which I'm very passionate about. And hopefully next year, when I ask to see the farmers from tea, I hope it will be half the meeting. So thank you so much, Daktari, Prof, for having me here today. It's always a pleasure to be here. Kenaff. Thank you.
Thank you. Kama kawaida, kama Mr. Life Member, we need you to accept a gift from us, preferably from a female tea farmer. Mkulima wa kike wa chai yuko hapa ndani? Fantastic. Let's give her a hand as she comes. Oh, by the way, I grew up in a tea farm in my younger ages. Watu wa Kericho wako hapa? Kericho niwaone kwenye mikono? Oh, yes. Yeah. I grew up in Chomogondai Tea Factory. I think by then it was called African Highlands Produce, which again changed to Finlay's, and now is called Lipton Tea. Makofi kwa tena. Fantastic. So we coming to the apex of this afternoon session. As we wind up, it is now my pleasure to call upon the CEO, Dr. Mwenda, to give his remarks, after which he will do the protocols for calling on the chief guest.
Kenaff, sauti ya mkulima. I think for the sake of time, I'll do my remarks after lunch. So at this point, I will invite the national chairman, who is going to invite our chief guest, Mr. Daniel Huber, from MasterCard Corporation. So, Prof, could you please?
Alan, can you help me?
Yes.
The bio,
So I will read the bio for Mr. Huber. Very rich bio. Mr. Daniel Huber. Mr. Daniel Huber is the Vice President Growth Segment at MasterCard. In this role, he focuses on market development, commercial growth, and social impact for customers and partners in Africa. Huber and his team work across technology, product development, and partnerships to support businesses and communities in remote and underserved areas. In his role, Huber manages the strategic rollout of Community Pass in Africa. Community Pass is a digital infrastructure designed to connect key players across the agricultural value chain to rural and underserved communities. His role includes designing and implementing market incubation and operating models, business development, stakeholder and customer relations, and platform deployment. Community Pass is currently operational in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Ghana. Previously, Huber served as Director for Digital Agriculture at MasterCard Labs for Financial Services in Nairobi. Before joining MasterCard, he accumulated more than 18 years of experience in various sectors, including working as a relationship manager for SME banking at NIC Bank, now NCBA, lecturing on SME development at Mount Kenya University, consulting and advising with organizations such as ILO and Danida on micro and small enterprise management, serving as program manager for agriculture digital inclusion at TechnoServe, and rolling out mobile technology products for Vodafone and Safaricom in East and Southern Africa. Huber holds a Master of Business Administration in Small and Medium Enterprise Development from Leipzig University, Germany, and a Bachelor of Education in Business Studies from Kenyatta University, Kenya. He has completed specialized training in product development, innovation management, business modeling, leadership, and product management.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time for us to welcome our chief guests. Eza Huber. So can you clap, stand up and clap for him as he comes? No. No, let me do it. Let's stand it forward. He is unwilling to have you stand. Can you clap them?
Out of respect. Out of respect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. and Mr. Chairman. Kenaff, sauti ya mkulima. You know, when the CEO asked me to be able to think through what I'll share with you today, first of all, it's such an honor to be given the opportunity to speak to people who are critical to the development of our country, but most importantly, to the livelihood of the world. I grew up in Kitale, Trans Nzoia County. Kuna wakulima wa Trans Nzoia hapa? Kitale? Yes. So I remember when we were growing up, not many years ago, of course, because I'm not very old, my late father used to, once we've harvested the maize and we've stocked them into our stores, we used to go to NCPB, the one in Kitale, every morning to confirm, because you have to get a ticket, a number of when you need to bring your produce. And the day of taking our maize, we had to wake up, at 3 a.m. so that we had the queue by 5 for our truck. And we'll have to wait for the truck pale katika laini foleni hadi saa 10 ndio mahindi yetu ichukuliwe tupatiwe ile slip. And we faithfully did that for many years. But what has been a big challenge for me, and which became a motivator, was the fact that we started sending trucks to NCBB. We were doing 100 bags of maize. Then it moved from 100 bags to 60 bags, right? Then it moved from 60 bags to 40 bags. Right? And now my mother, when she takes the harvest, mahindi ametoa saizi kwa shamba, she's at 25 bucks. Same farm, same size, eh? Over a period of years, we've moved from a production of 100 bags to 25 bags. And, you know, it begs a question for us around what are we doing to invest back into the agriculture and to the farmers for our livelihoods. So in today's theme, when you talk about farmer first, investing in inclusion, innovation, and resilience, for me, I think it's a calling for all of us today. And that's what I wanted to share with you today around how do we move beyond simply providing tools and services and make our mission to ensure that every farmer not only gains access to digital solutions, but also experiences tangible improvements in their livelihoods. And the speakers in the morning have already started talking about digital as one of the areas by which we can make a difference to my mother and to the other farmers that are available. Allow me to talk about 3 or 4 things that in my view we need to focus on quite a bit. The first is, how are we transforming the farmer to become an actual entrepreneur who is benefiting from that production? And I don't want to state the obvious. We know the importance of the farmer. We know the challenges from weather, rising cost of input, fragmented markets, limited access to services. But we must put this farmer at the center of our digital ecosystem, providing these tools that make sense for them, not dumping solutions to them. And how do we make sure that the farmer is a participant to that journey of liberalization and economic equity, if you may? That they are able to change their lives because we've invested in them. And one way we do that through digitization, I can humbly submit, is that we can enhance the profile of a farmer as an entrepreneur. For those of us that are in corporate, when somebody asks you to share your profile, right? And you read my profile and I was looking down. It's a capability statement. It is a representation of who you are. Wakati mtu anakuuliza kwamba niambie wewe ni nani, nitakujua vipi? Ni kwamba anataka kuelewa kwamba wewe una uwezo, una nia na una experience ya kutosha ya kuweza kuelezwa. That is why, for example, when financial institutions are looking to work with smallholder farmers, they are looking for your capability statement. They are looking to understand who you are, your profile. So how are we enhancing the profile of our farmers? Through digitization. That our farmers will show up in totality in terms of who they are. It goes beyond registration. So when we talk about profiling, in my view, is how do we ensure that the life event of the farmer, when a farmer is participating into trainings that builds their capacity, when a farmer is procuring inputs, when a farmer is selling their produce, when a farmer is participating into a SACCO and CHAMA, that these moments of life engagements are accompanying their profiles. Can you just picture how that can be so huge for the farmer when they show up in front of a financial institution? So in my view, let's move away from registration of farmers to building digital profiles of farmers that become their true representation of their total capacity and capabilities. The second one for me is that we know that digital and financial inclusion are essentials right now in terms of where we are heading. And to be able to deliver these services digitally, and we will see that conversation now, we'll see it in the afternoon, we can't do it alone. It's important that we strengthen the competitiveness of the cooperatives, or the groups of farmers that we are dealing with today. Kenya today boasts of over 10,000 cooperatives today, over 8 million farmers. There are numbers that are just thrown to us. But what are we doing currently to make sure that the cooperatives are competitive in their structure, from governance, from how they show up? So the same way I'm saying we've built the
capability statement of a farmer. How do we do that to cooperatives? So that cooperatives can show up in their true essence because they have better governance, because they have actual data that informs how they are rolling out services, because they are actually participating in business as an enterprise, and that we can show that up. So again, we can move from just deploying solutions to cooperatives and looking ourselves as private sector's competition, where MasterCard is bringing a solution, Safaricom is bringing another solution, another agri-tech is bringing another solution. We talked about all these being siloed, and we are all dumping them to cooperatives and to groups of farmers. How do we transition from that to actually delivering impact of that digital ecosystem at the level of the cooperative? So again, strengthening the capability statement of the cooperative as an operating unit, as a going concern that can be valued by service providers. And we do that through digitization. We will then make a difference. My third point is around how do we build the muscle for e-commerce? How do we make sure that the trade that is actually happening can be seen that is happening? Ya kwamba wakulima wetu wanafanya biashara, lakini kilicho changamoto kuu ni kwamba wanapofanya biashara hii ni wao tu wanajua kama wanafanya biashara. Today when you walk into a bank, right? You have the big guys who are the big corporates, private sector. They walk to the bank, they are served tea, they speak to the manager, right? Wakulima wetu wakiingia kwenye benki, do they see the manager? Wanaona manager? Wanapatiwa chai? Lakini yule ambaye ameenda kumuona manager akapatiwa chai pale, ameenda kufanya mkopo, si ndio? Anafanya biashara kwa mkopo, sio pesa zake. Wewe pia unafanya biashara, tofauti ni kwamba tunakuona vingine. So what we need to do in my view is how then do we bring the power of digital to again bring to the fore the transactions that are actually happening in agriculture, that the actual trade value is seen. We were, as MasterCard, looking at, for example, just one type of trade, which is the input trade. And if I look at Kenya, for example, when you look at seed, fertilizer, and agrochemicals, Kenya purchases close to $1 billion worth of that trade. $1 billion of trade. That trade is coming through different actors and touching different farmers. But whoever is going to benefit and positioning that is that large input provider, right? Yule manufacturer, yule distributor mkubwa, he goes to the bank and say, I'm ordering 17 tons of seed or of fertilizer. Give me a line of credit. The bank gives him or her credit because he's ordering inputs. Ndio? Wakati ameleta mbolea, ameleta mbegu, ule distributor, yeye anatumia mbolea na mbegu? Si ni mkulima anatumia? Anakuuzia wewe mkulima. Mbona mkulima ambaye anatumia mbegu hiyo hawezi enda katika benki akasema, unaona ule ulimpa credit alete mbegu, ni mimi nimenunua kwake. Ni wewe umempa fedha ya kuweza kuchukua ile mkopo, sivyo? How then do we make sure we can link the trade, the purchase that was done, the financing that was done to the farmer who actually participated in repaying of that credit? We do that through digitization. So we need to move our digital conversation from isolated silo mentality to a coherent, interoperable platform or network. That's what MasterCard does, the organization I work for. That today, with your MasterCard, for example, you can travel anywhere with your card, go into the hotel, book your hotel, right? They don't ask you for your bank statement. They don't ask you when did you last put money in your account. They check you in. You buy your flight, right? You travel. They don't ask you for anything. That bank that belongs to that organization will have to wait for the bank, your bank, to pay them. But they will tell their service provider, honor the transaction. We have brought trust into the payment ecosystem. That's what we want to do to the agriculture sector's MasterCard. that every farmer who is trading, that every value chain actor, because we are powering the payment ecosystem, that the trust is now enabled across ecosystem actors, and we can therefore reduce the barriers to rolling out. So we will then move from digital conversation to impactful conversation. The last thing I'll talk about, and I'm very proud of our partnership with AFDB, and my good friend Nungari talked about it, is working with the African Development Bank, and together with the World Bank, we've launched MED Alliance, which is mobilizing access to digital economy, to power this very conversation, to make sure that the trade that is happening in agriculture can be elevated to the next level across ecosystem, to make sure that we can mobilize de-risking funds and support to ensure that where we require more investments, that can also happen. Because if we elevate each other, we will be successful. So as we look ahead, in my view, our collective goal must be to build a digital ecosystem where farmers access fair and transparent markets. Cooperatives become digital centers of excellence. Youth see agriculture as viable digital profession. Women, farmers have equal access to finance and markets. And digital records and payments strengthen trust across value chains. As MasterCard, we stand ready to support Kenaff and all agricultural stakeholders on this journey, from access to impact, and through our capabilities that we've already given to Kenaff. So let us use this AGM, in my view, ladies and gentlemen, to share that vision. A future where every farmer in Kenya is not just connected, but truly empowered. Where digital access leads to measurable impact, and where prosperity is within reach of millions. On behalf of MasterCard, I want to affirm our unwavering partnership with Kenaff and all agricultural stakeholders represented here today. Together, we can move from access to impact, accelerating prosperity for every farmer today and always. Thank you, and I wish you a productive, impactful AGM.
Yes, makofi kwake. That's not okay, sawa. We're going to clap for you, but since I know how you didn't want, we're going to rehearse and then clap for you visually after that. Sindio. Let's first of all have the gift. Mr. Chairman, Asante. Still writing. So as he's writing, tafadhali, karibia. He's going to receive the gift, and then we're going to give them an adjusted Kenaff clubs. Mnajua Kenaff club? Ilikuwa ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Umesauta, ya kwanza ilikuwa, ya pili, ya tatu. Na sasa hii tunaenda 2.0. Sema 2.0. Let's do this first, the presentation of the gifts and the photos. All right. Which is the right camera? I believe that one.
But you can receive a clap, right? Can we have a clap?
Asante. So as they sit, this is the clap you're going to learn, and then you go for lunch. Sawa sawa. Yeah, karibu keti kiti. Hii ndio makofi ya mgeni mheshimiwa. The final clap, and then now go eat. I want to make sure we sweat after doing that. Namna gani? Wamama hai. Wamama hai. Wababa hey. Wababa bado wako na temperature kwa tumbo. Okay. So now this club goes like this. Nataka kwanza mtapasha mikono. I want you to warm your hands. You see, everybody is intelligent. I didn't even need to show it. Unapasha. Now there are 3 clubs nikisema wapewe. Wapewe ya kwanza ni makofi. Wapewe. Good. Wapewe ya pili mnakanyaga chini mpaka ground shake. Wapewe ya tatu sasa, wapwani wanapenda kufanya nini? Sema kuchum. Sema kuchum. Kuchum namna, hebu angalia pale. Kuchum fanya nini? Ni mwa. Sawa sawa. So ya kwanza wapewe. Hiyo ilikuwa rehearsal. Now this to clap for yourselves and for the chief guests. Okay? Pasha. Imechoma. Inachoma. Bado inachoma. Pasha 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 power. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Pasha pasha pasha, wapewe, wapewe, wapewe. That's better. All right, so now we're going for lunch, but before we break for lunch, we're going to have a tree planting ceremony. So we will request our chief guests, the board, so Mr. Stein, Ian, Ms. Janice, Huba, and Dr. Nungari. We shall all proceed. You'll be given directions at where the tree shall be planted, okay? And then you'll be directed also where you can have your lunch, okay? As the hosts spear, as they go to plant the tree so that we save on time, we shall go directly for lunch, and let's go and have our lunch, which is laid very well at the garden. This is the product of your labor, so please make sure you enjoy your labor, okay? Asanteni sana. We'll see what's the time now. It is 1:26. When is a fair time to return? Nataka tusikizane ndio tusichelewe. 2:30? 2:30 is fair. So 2:30 we should be seated. That's not when you're washing your hands after eating. Tafadhali. 2:30 be seated. Thank you for being patient and kind, and for your participation. I'll see you in 1 hour. You head out for lunch. Our guests, we go for tree planting. Thank you very much.
Nilikutana naye Kilimani, Nairobi 2015. Kibaridi cha asubuhi, kijua fani so kikali saa 5. Oh, Nairobi 2015. Nikamchagua yeye katikati ya wenzake 5. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni Mungu nikampa 1. She's my number 1. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni wangu nikampa 1. Now she's my number 1. Yani namaanisha kwamba ndo tushawana, tushawana, ndo tu
kusikiza KBC. We used to listen to KBC, right? Now, I knew we are all very intelligent here. You already know where this is going. There used to be a very interesting song that would play every morning during a farmer's show. Mnaikumbuka? Sijui kama bado inachezwa saizi. I want to see if you all remember it. Wakulima. Fantastic. So now nataka kuona wale ambao can you just try and sing it hiyo line yote? Wakulima ongezeni kilimo. Kuna mtu ameipata hapo. Haya. So let's try this. I can't remember all of it, but I know this. So nikimba hivyo unajibu wafugaji wote ongezeni mifugo. Si ndio? Haya, wanaume sasa. Wakulima. Alafu kina dada mtajibu, si ndio? Sasa wanaume wa wakulima, kina dada wawe wafugaji. Wanaume twende. Wakulima ongezeni kilimo. Sasa hapa nilidhani mko kwaya bwana. What's going on? Nilidhani watu wako kwaya kanisa, kwaya nini? Ama nifanye kama conductor. Should I conduct it like this with the beats, Haya. 3 go. Men. Wakulima ongezeni kilimo, wafugaji wote ongezeni wakulima wafugaji wote. Aha. Okay, so since you can't sing, you're gonna dance it, okay? Everybody up. Kila mtu asimame, everybody up. Because also we have guests who do not know Kiswahili, so we just want them to move, and we want them to move in a very gentle way. Which is the gentlest dance in Kenya? Is it Masai or Samburu? Ile pole. Anguka nayo mtaanguka. Taarabu. The one that goes with that beat. Wale wanafanyanga tu pole pole. You know, you are all full right now. I don't want you to sweat. I just want you to enjoy the song. It's a farmer song, right? So wakulima. DJ, play that song. DJ, play that song. Inarudi, si ndio? Let me see your hands. Ongezeni mifugo. Sukuma mbele na nyuma. Ndio hiyo. Aha. Maziwa na pojo na njugu. Hakika. You should not sing. Unafahamu jua kunishinda. Ukweli. Maziwa na maharagwe na pojo pia na mbaazi na njugu na samaki. Hakika. Jipigeni makofi. Thank you DJ. Sizo zote mnapanda na hizo zote mnafuga. Yes, that's why we're here today. So we're going to start this afternoon session with a panel discussion so that we can all be involved. So in this one I would like us to take, quite possibly for the panel, let's take about 30 minutes, key points, so that we can also allow the farmers to do a Q&A. Kulikuwa na wale ambao wanataka kuuliza maswali. So let's take 30 minutes and then we can take 15 minutes taking questions and giving responses as well. Ooh, that That was something, right? I hope that has woken up most of us. You know, the problem with the afternoon session is that your energy is at 65%, you've had your lunch, and then also at the same time, some of us are very good at having what we like to call politely executive meditation. You just see people not just blessing their sons and daughters and kugawa shamba na kugawa shamba. Let's try and stay alert, all right? So for this panel discussion, we are going to discuss pathways to resilience, and that's turning policy, research, and innovation into farm action. And to lead that session is Milka Wahu, founder Amka Justice. Let's give her a hand. Karibu.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll invite our panelists on stage. We have Mr. Ernest from KCIC. Let's all clap for him. We have Miss Patricia. We were supposed to have the CEC from the Ministry of Agriculture, Kitui County, but unfortunately he had something to rush to. So we have Miss Patricia to represent him. Let's clap for her. She's the director in the ministry. Then we also have Dr. Joab. He's from ADA, Adaptation Consortium, are our partners. Let's clap for him. Then I also included a farmer, yeah. So I'm going to also invite him to stage. Welcome. Karibu sana. He's from Bomet County. He's an avocado farmer, and he's going to represent our farmers. Then lastly, we have Miss Grace Koech from C4 ICRAF. Karibu sana. Thank you. So our farmer is Mr. Joseph Kones. Let's clap for him again.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just get ahead to start this panel. Bomet,
Salama.
Unapanda avocado.
Ndio.
What else do you farm?
I do small scale tea farming. And also do agroforestry and indigenous trees.
For how long have you been farming?
Of course, I'm a retired hotel manager. But then I decided to go back to the community, to pay back to the community.
Okay. Thank you. This panel ilipangwa ndio tuongelelea kuhusu kwa nini sheria na mambo kwa ground zinatengana. So we are trying to find out why is policy, why are the laws and policies having a disconnect with what is happening on the ground with farmers. So what do you think is the problem? What actually is the problem from the ground?
Yeah, some of the things that we've identified on the ground is that you realize that the policies or the laws like the Land Act, the Water Act, Agriculture Act are conflicting on the ground. You realize we talk about riparian land policies where you look at differently from the agriculture part of it and also the land part of it. The landowner normally says that you get your land from the middle of the river, and you realize that maybe the NEMA and the other ones are saying you need to move away from the riparian land.
Okay, so hiyo ni moja. Conflicting policies. You don't know whether to follow NEMA. Yes. So policies exist, but they are conflicting. So the farmer decides, I'll even take away the liver. Change the course of the liver, eh? Okay. What else? Because I want the people with big English to be able to decode that and convert that big English to solutions, because this panel must come up with things that will give us a bit of solutions for farmers to go back and they can do something about it. That's a very good point. Conflicting policy positions, yes?
Yeah, other things is that the biggest challenge that we have on the ground is that the policies are there, but when it comes to enforcement, you realize that nobody enforces the law. In Kenya, we have very good laws, but the enforcement is nowhere. You realize that certain things are going wrong and nobody wants to take action. And also, there's a lot of blame game, and I don't know, with the current politics in the country, you realize that maybe you have an MCA and you realize that certain people are making mistakes. You take them to court, and they come in and they think that you are taking his people to court. So those are some of the challenges. Other things is that we have leaders who are making laws, and they don't lead by example. So if you are a leader, you are the one making the laws, and you are not doing it, you are not practicing. How will the local community follow when you are not doing it and you are the leader?
Okay, thank you. You've given us quite heavy charges as to what is happening on the ground, why the laws and policies are not perfectly aligning with the farmers' needs and farmers on the ground. I think going forward, I would ask Dr. Joab. When I looked at your CV, I read it. It's a very serious CV, and I thought I felt the pressure to ask a very serious question, but I didn't. So here is a serious question. So one of the widely documented challenges in the Kenyan agricultural sector is a disconnect in the continuum loop. Research to policy to the ground, to the farmer. It's a loop. And back from the farmer to policy to research, or either you can also cross-sect from farmer to research to policy, or the other way around. What is the problem and what can we do about it? Thinking about, especially within the perspective of climate smart agriculture.
Okay, thank you. I wonder where you saw my CV.
It's everywhere.
Yes, but okay. My name is Joab Osumba. The question is about the policy continuum that is running through research, practice, and innovation. I will start this from probably practical examples of what I've had interacting with people. There is a document which FAO produced in 2018 where they said they have done a lot of projects the world over for a very long time. But the only cases where they saw those ideas being put on the ground was when government took them over. When they ceased being projects and they became government programs. So that was an experience that FAO did. Then there is another case where we were working with Tanzanians. The Tanzania equivalent of Kenaff is called MVWATA, Muungano wa Vikundi vya Wakulima Tanzania, MVWATA. And we were giving them research outputs of climate risk mapping and opportunity mapping and overlaying them to see where the risks are and where opportunities can come from, public sector, private sector. And one of these MVWATA guys called me aside and told me, Osumba, these graphs you are showing us, You need to call politicians to a room like this and show them these graphs also so that they can become convinced. Unless they are convinced, we are going nowhere. That was the second experience I got. The third experience I got, I was talking to these experts and expatriates and technocrats. And they come up with proposals to strengthen policies. They come up with proposals to develop models. They come up with proposals to develop tools. Then you tell them, we already have these policies, we already have these models, we already have these tools. Why don't we just bring this money, we use it to take these instruments to the ground so that the last mile user can now use them and translate them. This guy told me, these are the easiest things to do. And again, and donors like them, because they are the easy boxes to tick. Because sometimes they come with something, you tell them, we already have something like this. Why don't you make this money just use the one we already have to take to the ground? They want to make another one, which looks like that, or they want to try to improve on that one before it is even taken to the ground. They say this is the easiest to tick a box on. And donors like it. You get that point. So that area creates the gap between the policy and the practice. Then you come to government itself. Government also has an interest. And you link government to private sector, they also have an interest. They will only institutionalize and they will only take up and they will only scale what they see benefit in. And the most attractive benefit is the revenue. So take any value chain. Unless they are seeing a revenue generating node in that value chain, they will not take it up. So we need to actually go into every value chain, whether it is a climate value chain, it is a dairy value chain, whatever value chain. We need to pick those the potential revenue generating nodes and flag it to them. Government will like that revenue generating node for purposes of taxes, for purposes of, the revenue. Private sector will also want it for purposes of profits. If they can see that revenue generating node, they will take that thing to the ground. Before they see it, they are not interested. Last but not least, and this is something we got very recently, when we were making a learning follow-up on, there's a very famous project in Kenya called FLOCA. FLOCA started from ADA. I come from ADA. We are even working with Treasury on FLOCA right now, and that is how World Bank sent us to get what is happening on the ground. And we found three very important things, which is making it not to be able to move. One, we talked to the county assemblies. And county assemblies are saying the technical officers are implementing FLOCA. The county assembly committee on investments on agriculture are supposed to oversee. They are supposed to go to the field and see what technical teams are doing. FLOCA did not provide funding for them. And the technical teams are saying they don't have funding for that oversight work. So the assembly cannot oversee what is happening on the ground. Then you come and talk to the technical experts, they are saying, you have given us enough capacity building, but the executive has a different view of what they want to see. So can you educate the executive? Then we went and talked to the national agencies that are operating in the country. Remember, these are the think tanks. You talk of NEMA, I heard NEMA mentioned. You talk of NEMA, you talk of Kenya Forest Service, you talk of Kenya Meteorological Department, and all that. They are operating in the countries, and they are supposed to be the backup for all these projects. There's no money for them in the FLOCA funding. And the county technical officers are saying, FLOCA money is county money, look for your national money if you want to come. So you see where the gaps are.
Okay, That's very serious. You have mentioned very serious gaps. And we shall be coming back to that conversation as we wrap up, because my children go to a school which has these principles. One of the principles is solution first. So they say you must identify the problem, then come up with solutions that you come up with, then you discuss with others. So we are doing very well, and we are very clear, and I think I've been able to really see what you're talking about, that governance is a big issue. If government does not take up, then however good the project you've had, however good the pilot, then it may not go far. Governance. Do the politicians think it's a good thing that will produce money? That's bring us to the point that, are we the farmers packaging our work, packaging our initiative, packaging our innovation, packaging the produce that we are farming, everything that we are doing in a way that is able to be seen as a business that is revenue producing, and so it can attract the attention of government, can attract the attention of private sector. Thank you very much. But now you have said governance, and you have identified a lot of loopholes within national government, the mechanism between, connection between national government and county government, and government is seated right next to you. Right next to you, in this powerful lady, is the power of government, Patricia Koki. You are the director at Kitui County. And we know that Kitui County struggles with drought, struggles with water stress, among other issues, although it's also one of the performing counties. So tell us, what are you doing? Mumefanya nini kuhusu haya maneno? Tuambie mikakati ambayo mmeweka kwenye policy ya climate smart to make sure that you are dealing with those things and addressing those things. At the same time, utuambie kama inafanya kazi. Mikakati na kama inafanya kazi. Asante.
Thank you very much. My name is Patricia Koki. I work for the county government of Kitui. I'm a director in agriculture. Counties have development blueprints known as county integrated development plans, which is a 5-year development plan. For Kitui County, it is an arid and semi-arid area, and it receives very little rainfall. We have 2 seasons for Kitui County, which is October, November, December rainfall, which is currently ongoing, and it is the one that is more reliable for us. And we have the March, April, May rainfall, which is not very reliable. We experience a lot of droughts and a lot of famine. But in the CIDP, we have put in place some strategies to address this. Like the CIDP that is currently running for 2023-2027, we have put a project known as sandy dams construction. Kitui County has 40 wards. So every year, the governor gave a directive that every ward should construct 3 earth dams. So in a year, we do 120. This is the 3rd year since we started. You can count the number of earth dams, sandy dams that we have constructed. And from these sandy dams, we construct some wells where water can be obtained for small scale irrigation, for farmers to do just little irrigation for production of horticultural crops like kales and spinach and tomatoes. So in the counties, it will depend with the governance of the day. The governor has to put in place strategies so that this drought cannot affect a lot of people from East County. Thank
you. Who is funding this? How do you get your funding? Because we know you don't have enough funding at the county level to do all these things and to put in all these climate smart initiative. Who funds the private sector? How do you fund it? Do you access climate funding for this? Are you funding this? Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, we get the funding from the Exchequer, which is put in the CIDP. And from the CIDP, we shop from different development partners. We call stakeholders who are development partners, and we take them through our CIDP. And then from the projects that they are implementing, they get to pick the ones that fit in their project to help us achieve our goal as a county. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chitachi. Yes, Mr. Chitachi. When I saw your bio, I thought, wow, this is what we need. Forward-looking. That is policy. He's a forward-looking executive with a lot of experience in agriculture, system, and what have you. But I want to ask you a very important question that is very close to my heart. Inclusion. Why is inclusion, especially gender inclusion, such a thorn in the flesh of Kenyans? Why are we having policies that pay lip service to gender inclusion, for instance? They are gender sensitive, but they are not gender responsive. Why is it so? Because it's a problem with the policy, and it's also a problem in the field. I know we are going to the question and answers. You will also tell us, why is it so? Gender inclusion such a big problem. Yet, research shows that because of lack of or inadequate gender inclusivity in our agriculture, we are losing a lot of productivity that would come. We're losing cash, money. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you a number of examples, and just looking at Kenya, for example, we all know most of Kenya is a patriarchal society where tools of production are actually owned by men. And I think the problems begins there. So you'll find that me, Ernest, and I come from a small village in Western Kenya. I own some 5-acre piece of land. So I'm married, I have a wife who stays there, but the land belongs to me. So she has no right to that particular land, and if she has to do anything, then she has to ask me whether she can use the land. So that's where it begins. So I think when we are talking about inclusivity, we need to look at it from how do we all move together. Because we'll not just talk about inclusivity and also leave out the men, the youth, the disabled. So you need to look at all these groups of people and ask yourself, then how do I make it very inclusive? So one way is, and I'll talk from an experience in one of the programs that we were doing at Kenya Climate Innovation Center, actually supporting youth and women in agriculture, where we wanted to make agriculture cool so that more young people could actually adopt agriculture and become farmers. Because when you walk around, they all think that agriculture is for the retirees. So some of us were about to retire, then our career becomes farming. But that shouldn't be the case, because there's a lot that can happen when there's adoption of agriculture. So one of the things that then we realized was that, yes, we are supporting these women to do agriculture, but some of them may not have access to the productive tools. And even if they are, then at some point, for example, if I need to tell the ladies, come to Nairobi for a training for 2 days, then the husband will be asking, why are you leaving me here to go to Nairobi for 2 days, and so who will take care of me? So we came up with a male engagement strategy that then looked at how do we enable men to support their women when they're doing agribusiness? And that way they realize that actually the income that most ladies then generate out of agribusiness is uplifting the household. So with good examples, that's the only way you will achieve inclusivity, because we may have very good policies. You see, even right now we have very good policies that if I'm to subdivide my property and I have boys and girls, my girls are also entitled. So that then brings inclusivity. But in practice, that doesn't happen because of that level of awareness, how we've been cultured, and people always believe some of these things belong to the men. So that male engagement will actually be very useful, and also even women empowerment itself, to understand that we are living in a dynamic society. So you'll not just one day come and say, now I want to claim. But collaboratively working with the men in society, we could actually achieve that inclusivity, even including youth. Because see, as a young person, maybe sometimes you even also don't own, for example, land to farm on. And you've just finished university and you're thinking, I can be a dairy farmer. But you don't own land. Maybe the land belongs to your father. So if your father doesn't allow you then to use that land, or give you maybe an acre and tell you, fine, my son, you can use this, do your things, then you see inclusivity still will be lacking. So it calls for a lot of collaboration, behavior change, and a lot of awareness and sensitization, so that then we are able to achieve this inclusion.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Suba, and also anyone can also answer this, especially Dr. Suba and Mr. Chitachi. I would like to ask, how can farmers like Kenaff, farmers who are inside here, county government, national government, access climate financing directly? There's a lot of climate financing. How can they access it directly?
Yeah, I can start that from the point of an intervention that we have done as ADA, which we have done now for close to 15 years. And then it is the one that actually gave birth to the famous project called FLOCA. That in the Kenyan Constitution, we have the word as the development planning unit. As a country, as a government, the ward is our development planning unit. And at ADA, what we did, the adaptation, what we said, since the ward is the development planning unit, we need to legalize the channeling of climate finance to the wards directly. And that is how we came up with the County Climate Change Fund. It started as County Adaptation Fund, but we said let's open it so that it's not only adaptation. So right now, all the 47 counties in Kenya have a County Climate Change Fund. And that County Climate Change Fund, by mandate, the government puts about 2% of its total revenue into that kitty every year. And then the donor funding comes and leverages it. And that money is supposed to be accessed by the ward committee directly. And that is how FLOCA came to be born. The challenge we have there is that it is more public sector oriented, and the reform that can be put there is to revise the legislation so that private sector can be included in the access. That is one area. Then if private sector is included in the access, then farmers and the Kenaff farmers, being some of those farmers, need to also orient their approach away from proposal writing to business plan development, so that the language becomes business the farmers become investors and not just beneficiaries, then the attraction begins to be seen. That is very important. And then there is also another initiative which is running parallel. It is being supported by the World Bank, and it is working through the Ministry of Agriculture. It is called National Agricultural Value Chain Development Program, now CDP, which is also talking about forming cooperatives at the world level. And these cooperatives are supposed to support farmers directly. Now, if you take the County Climate Change Fund and you merge them with the world cooperatives, there is a very big pool of funding at the world level to be accessed by farmers. Farmers only need to reorientate their approach from proposals to business plans. Because when they change that, the language also changes. And the public looks at them as partners, not as receivers or recipients.
Thank you so much. That's a solution out there. I hope the farmers are taking notes. That's direct solutions. Yes.
Yeah, so what I will add is that, and I'm just adding to what my colleague Osumba has mentioned. There's a lot of funding that is outside there, but I think one of the things that also we are lacking, and particularly for farmers, is awareness. Because there are many farmers who are not aware that actually some of these funds actually exist and how they can access them. So maybe one of the challenges I'll throw to Kenaff is maybe farmer awareness in terms of what kind of funds are available and how can farmers access them, because that will be one. But also try and organize farmers in groups, because you'll find many organizations want to deal with formal structures. So if I'm the only farmer and I know and I want to access some funding, as an individual, sometimes it may not work for me, because you'll find that those who will ask for collateral, because now I'm alone, they're not sure about my risks. But you see, if you are organized either in a farmer group or a cooperative or a self-help group, then the group then acts as a guarantor for you to access some of these funds. Then the third one will be around developing the entire value chain. Because you see, today, if I come and tell you, for example, just produce cassava, and you approach anyone and you tell them, I have 10 acres of land, I want to plant cassava, for example. Even if you come to me, I'll ask you then, once you've planted, then what? So you need to look at it more of a business, so that if you say I'm planting cassava, then maybe there is an aggregator somewhere who will then be buying from you and maybe do further value addition, processing. So that way you are creating an entire value chain. And that way you can be able also to access funding, because if I don't see how that will, you'll utilize the fund and they grow you as a farmer, then it becomes more of another challenge. Then finally, they also need to utilize some of these development partner programs. There are quite a number of programs that are running at the county level, and now that we know that agriculture is actually a devolved function, they could actually just walk like to director's office, and the director, I'm sure she knows all programs, because you guys have what you call CASCOM, and the CASCOMs actually incorporate all partners that work in the county in agriculture. So they already have that information at that grassroots level. So any farmer who can actually walk to any county office and you ask them, I'm intending to do maybe this value chain, I'm looking for funding, who is providing which type of funding, that information actually is also available.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Grace. We have just concluded, but we'll just ask you one thing to tell us. Grace Koech is part of this panel. She is a research officer with C4 ICRAF. Grace, we just be discussed about the challenges that we have between policy and things on the ground, and the solutions. So we are now at the solution level. So tell us, from your experience, and you say you produce a lot of materials. First of all, tell us where we can get these materials. I read your bio and saw that you produce a lot of materials, videos, manuals on science-based knowledge on land restoration and other greening way of doing farming. So where can we get these materials? Because awareness is one of the problems that has been raised here, that so many things are going on. There's a lot of innovation out here, there's money out here, but we don't know these things. And so we are not accessing, we are not taking good advantage of that. Yes.
Thank you very much. So at CIFOC ICRAF, yes, the way you say, we produce a lot of material, and these materials are mainly related to tree-based systems. So we have different applications that can help us to select different species for the different landscapes where we are operating in. And these materials are open source. You can find them in the ICRAF website, but also within the open source medias. We have applications that we use for data management, like the Regreening app, that help you to map your landscape, understand your landscape, and you can actually collect your polygons, and you can be able to monitor how they are doing, how your landscape is doing. We have an application also that we call Kuza Matunda that can help you to identify where you can, what fruit trees will be suitable for the different landscapes, and how the management practices for those seedlings. But also we have developed so many training materials, and all these materials can be found within the ICRAF website. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So people, make sure after this, umeweka, umeenda kwa ICRAF website. Hata mimi nitaenda kuona Kuza Matunda, nione kama nitapanda. I was thinking of planting apples. I don't know where they can grow where I want to plant. So you can get this information. She has said there is even information to map your land on what you can plant where, all this information. And I think we'd also ask that ICRAF increases their visibility. Just on the website may not be enough. Not many farmers, like Mr. Kones, do you know ICRAF website? And now we are going to you. Prepare your question, prepare your contributions. Yes, Mr. Kones tells us whether he has known ICRAF before, so that we see how much we are using this information that is out here. Now, this conversation is now getting back to us. And I would like to point out that we have identified some of the issues. And I would encourage us that we don't turn this conversation into a lamenting session. We have lamented and we continue lamenting. It's important. But also, we need to have some solution. And we have heard from what the people seated out here, up here, have said about some of the issues we have and what we could do. So we want us to take that and be able to contribute more on the solutions. What can we do? How can we actually ensure government is interested in what we are doing? Because it shows that it's not interested, and that's why good pilot projects come, but they end only at the pilot project. So how can that become part of what government is interested in? We have been told that Dr. Job keeps, Osuba keeps repeating again and again. How do you package what you're doing? You write a proposal, they are not interested. You say it's business, they will look at it twice. So how do we package what we are asking? How do we package our ask as farmers, as people who are in agribusiness, who are involved in the agri-food system? How do we package it? Is it the way we are packaging that is making the government and private sector and others to not to come up and be able to participate in improving the work that we are doing? And then I would also want you to tell us, specifically, and tell us, because Mr. Chitachi has already said that part of the problem with inclusion, he has expanded inclusion, which is the truth, is the youth inclusion. You tell us about that. What are we going to do with our youth? Africa is majority youth. Statistics shows almost towards 70%. So if we are not having our youths really included in agri-food system, that means our future is at stake. So how do we ensure, and we are talking about here, tools of production, shamba, loans, na vitu zingine zinahitajika ndio ufanye farming proper. How do we ensure that youths are participating? And then how do we ensure, do you tell us, this patriarchy problem, this problem of this is my shamba, you have a wife for 50 years and still she cannot do anything on that land without your approval, or she could be doing something on that land and you come and kick her out and she has no say. Or your sister cannot farm the land because your culture says sisters don't inherit. What are we going to do about some of these things? So I think now we are opening the floor and the microphone can move, then we start. Let's have this conversation.
Okay.
Tell us. Yes.
I have a microphone with me and sasa nataka mchukue microphone. You've listened to them. It is time for them to listen to you. It's great. I'm seeing one hand here. Can I see a second hand? We'll take about maybe 2 questions. And I suppose now, because not all the panelists that you wanted to speak to are here, you can address them or address any other previous panelists. So you take the next few minutes to kisikiza what it is that you wanted to speak about. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Should I address from here or? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you. My name's Andangras Nkanata. I'm a TOT from Meru, about soil integrated soil fertility management. To this matter, I want to talk about the disconnect of between maybe the registration or something of the sort and the farmers. The gap between the policy makers and the farmers, I think, is about advocacy. Farmers have nowhere, or they don't have what we call a stand to advocate their issues. You see, I happen to be Secretary General of KUSTO. KUSTO stands for Kenya United Small Scale Tea Owners Association, whereby we advocate for the interest of tea farmers. But there is no legislation to formalize our issues. So it's just the other day, a year ago, whereby or whatever we did from the year 2013 to do about registrations about tea sector was dropped by former ministers for agriculture and the government itself. So we are back to the drawing board. And you can see the time we have wasted all those years and others. So farmers have nowhere to advocate their issues. And even if they advocate their issues, nobody seems to be ready to listen. So if my brother here talked about how we can have farmers on the ground who can talk about issues about farming, I support that. If we can get people at the ground to talk about the farmers' issues, so that there can be a good connection between ordinary farmers and the registrators or the government at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question? Do we have a response from the panel to that?
Yes. Advocacy, when you're talking about advocacy, actually takes a number of ways, pathways that as farmers you could actually use. And one of it actually is to organize the way you've organized yourself as the small tea farmers that way. But also now looking at it from, and all of you actually are lucky that you have Kenaff. And Kenaff is actually a very big voice if you creatively use it, because then it can place demand to county governments depending on where those farmers are. So, for example, in Meru, where you're doing tea and you're doing coffee, you could actually come together as farmers from Meru through Kenaff and advocate for some policies around tea and coffee that are affecting you. So that way, then you have a bigger voice than just a small group of farmers using a bigger body, but also taking advantage of many of these programs that run on the ground. Because some of those programs actually have an advocacy angle. And advocacy will only work if you have a bit of evidence in terms of what are the pain points. And as Osumba said, government will listen to you when they see there's a benefit. So for example, if I use just tea alone, you may find that maybe you have a challenge with the price of fertilizer. I'm just using that as an example. And you are trying to advocate that government should listen to you and provide affordable fertilizer to tea farmers. You advocating for that alone, they will not listen. Because they will just think that you want a subsidy and you continue doing business as usual. But get some statistics, say in Meru, for example, we have 100,000 tea farmers. Each of these farmers maybe produces 10 tons of tea every year. And this 10 tons is just because that most of them cannot afford, example, fertilizer. But if we are able to get affordable fertilizer, these farmers will then increase their production to, let's say, 20%. If that then happens, what will happen? There's more revenue, government will get more taxes, and at that point now they start listening to you because then they can see a gain. And you could actually start even at the county level, where you can start talking to the county governments, and then the county governments can then pick up the issue through the assembly, and they amplify it to the national level. So you need to be very systematic in what you are doing. Use already some of the available channels, and it's only that way, and then grow it in numbers. So long as there are more people talking about it, then for sure any level of government will listen to you.
In addition to what he has said, I think all the farmers here come from a ward. And as Daktari had said here, the ward is a basic development unit of a county. So we need, as farmers, to come together and join the cooperatives that are being formed at each ward. Each ward is forming a cooperative from the different development partners that are working in the ward. And from there now you can advocate your issues from the basic level of the ward administrator. Starting from the ward administrator, your issues can be escalated to the sub-county administrator, and then they get to the governor's office at the county level. When even the national government knows that there is a cooperative that has so many number of farmers that are operating in a certain ward, and they are doing 1, 2, 3, they will be able to listen to you and probably address the challenges and the issues that you are facing as farmers. So the secret is in the organization. Let us join the cooperatives that are there at the ward level, and let us advocate our issues. From the ward administrator, from the assistant chief, from the chief, you can be able to air your views. And the counties are having public participation forums every year so that they can get the views from the farmers and from the public on the issues of budget formulation. So those are some of the platforms that you can use as farmers to air your views. Thank you.
All right, maybe Gulad, in the interest of time, could we have just a final word from Grace, because I know you came in late, to give that reaction, because in the interest of time, we need to move on to the next session right now. We're really we're cutting close for time.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the other issue, in addition to what they have pointed out, is enhancing the interconnection between the different linkages, because you realize the farmers have their own channels of communication, but then there is the top-up issues. So like there is need to enhance the bottom-up and top-up approaches, so that if we look at the challenges that farmers are facing, where is it coming from? You realize that most of the issues are not contextual. So like the farmers feel like the decision makers have their own ideas, which is different from what they have. So there need to be a link between the two classes of knowledge, which is a role that Kenaff can actually really do very well as an intermediary between the two, because they have the feedback from the farmers and also they have the knowledge from the government and the development partners. Thank you.
All right, let's give this panel a very big hand.
Yeah, just before you go, I would like to let you know that we have a material here. This is a manual, it's new. Training manual for training of trainers on legal aspects of agriculture and food systems in Kenya, produced through the project we're doing together with Kenaff and other partners. And this has information about many laws, including land laws, inheritance, marriage, everything that relates to agriculture. And you can access this manual online, or you can come to me and scan this one, and I will also send a soft copy to Kenaff. You can always access this resource through Kenaff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Milka. Let's give them a hand again one more time. One minute. Okay. 1 minute.
Sorry, I'm not here to advocate for Kenaff really, but to say what is the right thing that Kenaff is doing. And I'm happy that the Patricia has mentioned about the smallest administration unit for agriculture is formed at the ward level. And for me, I believe that's what should happen. And I know what NAF SDP is all about, NARIG. The only thing now we want to take off from there, that farmer cooperative at the ward level, we don't want the farmer who is a member of that cooperative to wait for the county to access financing, right? We want him. Remember MasterCard here, they have said they are the corporation, not the MasterCard Foundation, which are for public good. We want to activate access to financing, access to credit. And that farmer doesn't need any security or whatever, provided he is a member of that cooperative. So in Mombasa, what we are doing, we picked 2 cooperatives that were formed by the project of NAF SDP. And what we are doing now, we are going to convert those cooperatives actually to access credit from Equity Bank. Now that credit, they don't need the approval of the governor. We want, the NAF SDP and NARI grant. In fact, you understand now the disbursement has been waiting for over 1 year, right? This particular program, we do not need the approval of the governor, not even His Excellency the President. We want to activate access to financing to the farmer. So instead of restarting the wheel, what we did with Kenaff 2 weeks ago, we onboarded those 2 cooperatives on the platform ya Sauti ya Mkulima. And to be onboarded, Daktari, each cooperative paid 10,000, okay? Because we are transitioning them from grant economy to agribusiness, okay? So once they have been onboarded, if your cooperative has not been onboarded, please, you've heard how much money FDB, African Development Bank, and they have talked of blended financing. That money is not a grant. It is access to credit. And you've had people have addressed all the gaps. So my ask is, as you go back to your county, your cooperative needs to be a member of Sauti ya Mkulima. They pay, I think you'll be guided. Once they have done that, I'm actually willing to come to your place. And then what we are activating now is access to production, whatever it is. For example, mangoes. On the 16th December, we'll be in Tana River to connect the 4 mango producing cooperatives to a processor. And the processor is offering a kilo of mango up to 25 shillings. Equity Bank will finance the off-taker. I think it's about 120 million to buy all the mangoes. Immediately, we are going to kill all the brokers. And these people, the processor is actually going to sign a contract for producing pulp with Coca-Cola. Okay? So now, that's what it means to be to activate aggregation through the digital platform. So my ask Omondi was, if these Kenaff members who are here, go back to your home. When you go back there, please register your cooperative on the Sauti ya Mkulima. 47 counties in each ward, over 3,000 wards, we are going to have almost 1 million farmers on the platform. Thank you.
Yep, you heard him. So there's a lot of conversation to be taken out from this. This is just sort of a wake-up call, and therefore you can follow later and speak to Kenaff, to speak to the partners, and continue talking after this, because honestly we can't exhaust everything we want to exhaust here. Thank you so much to the panel. We do have gifts for you. We'll ask you to step forward, take your photos. Rogers from Bamcos. Uko pande gani? Rogers? Is Rogers here? Rogers is not here. Where is that farmer from Kisumu? Mkulima kutoka Kisumu. There's a farmer who told me she's from Kisumu. Where are you? Yeah, please come and present these gifts in the absence of Rogers. Please come. Asanteni sana. Kujeni hapa, mpige picha. How many are still awake? Wangapi about? Fantastic. That is great to see. Photo ready? Great. Wakichukua DJ, kuna ile ngoma yetu ya mkulima ama ulizima? Asanteni sana. Now take one final picture with the Kenaff gifts. Are you happy with the photos? And remember, in Kenya it is legal to smile. Still legal to smile in the country. Yeah, that got the smiles out. It is also legal to laugh if you feel like laughing. It's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Asante, you may sit. Now, before we get to the next session, you've sat down for too long, so I just want you to up on your feet from where you are. Up on your feet, please, before we start the next thing. I just want to make sure that you've stretched. We need to get the blood flowing. We need to chase the executive sleep demons. The executive meditation can wait. Find your own space and just stretch that part that you feel needed stretching. Just don't punch your neighbor, just stretch. Stretch, swing kidogo. Tafuta ile misuli, find that muscle you last exercised on 25th December 2024. Yeah. All right. Push your hands forward and back. Yeah. Do you ever stretch your neck? And after shingo, take it round one side. And then the other. Is everybody's neck moving? Because I want us to do something with our necks. Is it moving? Great. What is the spelling for farmer? F, A, R, M, E, R. And we said we are all farmers, right? So I want us to spell farmer using our noses. Imagine your nose is a piece of chalk. I wish I didn't say that. I feel like sneezing now. So imagine your nose or your forehead, so whatever won't make you feel like sneezing like me, is a piece of chalk, and the wall, imaginary wall in front of you is the board, okay? And you're going to use your head and your neck movement up to your waist to spell in capital letters, all right? Are you ready? This does not need a rehearsal. I just make sure your neck is okay. I don't want us having any medical reasons here. Is it perfect? Fantastic. Let us start with letter F. Throw it. And then later A in capital. Swipe. Ya katikati. Kuna watu wachori hapa. Kuna watu kama wenzako wachori, mwambie chora bwana, we chora bwana, okay? The other one, this is a big one. R, capital R, the straight one. Small round. Peleka hypotenuse. What's the letter? M, capital M. Node M, cross again. And a big M. What's the other letter? E, 4 big strokes, vertical, horizontal, up, in the middle, and then down. What is remaining? Give me a big R. The round one. Another hypotenuse. Alafu tutamaliza na full stop. Boom, sit down. Thank you. Okay. So, I hope that has woken us up a little bit. So for the next round of speakers, I would like us to, if possible, to take 5 minutes each or less to give your points across. So this will be the order we'll have, so that you prepare yourself. We'll have Annie Rungu, then Dr. Ji Gang Kim, then Ms. Juyong Beck. Then Bridget Tukumu's speech, since she's not here, will be done by Lily. And then Cyrus Mutisia, then Miss Margaret Warimu. Oh yeah, and we'll be done. Then we just have the final remarks by the CEO, who you can remember was very gracious to let his time go so that we could all go for lunch, right? So in that order, we start immediately by listening to Annie Rungu, Head of Programs, Food Security and Livelihood at Mama Doing Good. Karibu.
Good evening, farmers. Kenaff? Sauti ya mkulima? Kwa majina naitwa Anne Wamboi Rongo. I work with Mama Doing Good as the head of program for food security and livelihoods. Mama Doing Good is the organization that implements the projects or programs for the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto. And we are happy to partner with Kenaff because we believe that food security, if we don't have food security, even other securities are gone. Sindio? Because we say a hungry man is a farmers, a hungry man is ama mtu ako na njaa aliacha kukasirika. Anakasirika, sindio? Yeah, so I'm just here to just congratulate Kenaff for this AGM and congratulate the farmers. I think, like the song is saying, farming is at the backbone of the Kenya economy, and we cannot have development if agriculture is not going right. So, as the Office of the First Lady, we are very happy to partner with Kenaff, and we are really excited about next year, where we are putting the woman first. And the real excitement is appreciating that we have Women International Year of the Woman Farmer. I don't know if we will celebrate the whole year, I believe so, where women will be put at the forefront of this conversation in agriculture. For many years, we have made women to be just offering labor, but pesa inaenda kwa mfuko ya nani? Ya mzee. Si pesa ni ya mzee, lakini mama anafanya kazi. Raundi hii we need to look at the woman in a different eyes. Ndio? Yeah, so and lakini hatusemi tupigane. We will sit down, agree on how to share these monies that come from agriculture. Of course, you know that our population in Kenya, 50.5% are women. And so it means that we play a big role when it comes to offering labor and at the same time supporting agriculture. So under Mama Doing Good, we are just from celebrating 16 years since Her Excellency started supporting women empowerment through Joyful Women Organization. And when it comes to food security and livelihoods, we are looking at matters to do with financial inclusion, financial health, climate action. We all know that we are past those days where we used to depend on rain-fed agriculture, and now we are talking about climate-smart agriculture for us to be able to get yield. So under the pillars of the First Lady, we have the women economic empowerment. We have spoken time and time again. There was the speaker who was talking about bankability. If you are not bankable, we are not able to access credit. And so it is through the financial inclusion pillar where we talk about table banking, supporting the rural women in accessing green financing, and at the same time, educating women on financial health. As women, as you all know, sometimes we don't prioritize the needs. Most of the time we prioritize the wants. And so through the women economic empowerment, we train women on how to have financial health and to prioritize needs and plan accordingly. Also, we do what we call climate action under agroforestry and forestry. And when I say women, we also have 30% men represented in the organization. So it is not an exclusive club for women only. We have agroforestry and forestry, and we understand we have under the bottom-up economic model and climate action, we have where the president is talking about growing 15 billion trees, and we are supporting that initiative through pledging our 500 million trees under the Office of the First Lady. And it is in doing so that we see agroforestry as one of the contributors for tree cover, whereby the farmers will come in handy to support in growing fruits, not just for as food, but also as a contribution for increasing our forest cover. We also have the livestock, where we are supporting women to have poultry value chain and also in dairy. And I was really excited when I saw the MOU with USDEC and Kenaff, because just like one of the farmers has highlighted, we have a lot of knowledge gap at the rural levels. You know, even when we talk about technology, I think we also need to look at who are these farmers in the rural areas. Do they have access to smartphone? My grandmother, who brought me up, is 80 years old, still doing dairy. So when we talk about her keeping records, how are we going to support that woman to be able to know, you know, some of our parents in the rural areas, and I can see some of our the farmers here represented are maybe age of my mother or my grandmother, and they don't even know how to do simple record keeping. They do farming as a hobby. Sindio? Yeah, my grandmother will wake up in the morning, feed the kettle and milk, the little milk she gets. She can't tell you how much the expenses are, how much is profit, and you find farmers going round in circles. So I feel we really need to capacity build the women and rural farmers and support them in this agriculture thing. So we need to make the woman at the center of this, not meaning that the man will be left behind, because we are talking about inclusion. We need to make sure that the woman, the youth, and even persons living with disability are included in this. And when we say we put the farmer first, it's by ensuring that the farmer has access to climate resilient technologies and information. Number 2, women, youth, and persons with disabilities are included in decision making. I think the chief guest talked about giving the farmer a voice before you come up even with those technologies. Because if you develop a technology that is for the farmer and has not contributed, it might seem very difficult for them to utilize. So we want women, youth, persons with disability to be on the table when these decisions are made. Also policies and programs that address the real challenges on the ground. I cannot overemphasize that. And also the value chains, to make sure that the value chains are fair, accessible, and profitable. And also we make farmers' voice to shape national and county level strategies. I was listening to the director from Kitui, Director Agriculture from Kitui. And when we talk about this project like FLOCA, how does the farmer understand it? What does it mean to the farmer when they are implementing those projects under FLOCA? So I find there is a lot of information gap, and I believe that through the voice of our politicians, I heard somebody say, if you don't tell politicians what you are doing, you are going to be talking to yourself. And I believe that we are going to work together to amplify the voice of the farmer. Even, as the office of the First Lady, we are in between. We are between political and also the other side. So we are ready to bridge that gap, or to use the voice of Her Excellency to bring the farmers together with the policymakers and address issues that are affecting today's farmer. So I am here to reaffirm the voice of the First Lady and unwavering commitment to supporting the farmers through offering her voice, and to make sure that the farmer is not just a beneficiary, but also a partner in this whole conversation. So because I believe we are so constrained on time, I believe that going forward we are going to move together with a shared purpose to ensure that the farmer receives the correct information, timely information, and at the same time they receive the funding to do their work in promoting agriculture and food security. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne. Our next speaker is for the Director of Korean Partnerships for Innovation of Agriculture, COPIA, Dr. Ji Gang Kim. Which one do you prefer?
Okay, yeah.
No problem. But you need to be where the cameras can see you. So
Okay. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to be here with farmer leaders across Kenya. I'm Ji Gang Kim, Director of COPIA, Korea Partnership for Innovation of Agriculture. As you can see from our institution's name, our main mission is to improve agricultural technology and increase farmers' income, especially smallholder farmers. And many farmers and students have visited the COPIA field. This year, about 2,000 Kenyan children visited the COPIA Center. And when they visited us, they used to say, Ni hao. to show something. But from this year, they say 안녕하세요 in Korean. It's the Korean greeting way. Anyway, we are doing several projects related to agricultural technology. Our representative project is to produce certified lice certified seed and disseminate the high quality seed throughout Kenya. As you know, the consumption of rice has increased a lot in Kenya. So you import rice a lot. Kenya is classified as the group of country with low rice self-sufficiency rate. So we want to increase the rice self-sufficiency. That's why we are producing certified seed. And then we are building modernized seed facilities, where has drying facilities and storage facilities and agricultural machinery warehouse in Muea. And we are also disseminating technology, improved rice cultivation technology to coastal area and also other areas. In Muea area, their rice productivity is very high compared to other African countries. But coastal area, their rice productivity is very low. Maybe 500 kilogram or 1 ton per hectare. But in Muea, 6 ton, 7 ton, 8 ton. So there is a big gap. So we want encourage farmers, rice farmers in coastal area, also increase rice productivity. That is our representative project. But this year, we are focusing on post-harvest management and marketing for smallholder farmers. Many smallholder farmers, they sell their products to middlemen, broker, at low price. But when they create new distribution channel, they can get more incomes. So we are doing trial to bring change to smallholder farmers. So my partner farmers, they used to sell their cucumbers at 60 shillings per kg to middlemen. But since they sell their cucumbers to consumers directly, they could get 150 kg, 150 shilling per kg. So now they knows how to get higher income. They also need to manage post-harvest quality. When they sold their products, they didn't care about quality. But now they knows when they need to pick the cucumber, and also after they pick cucumber, they do something to maintain quality. So then they can sell their products at a higher price. So Copias has same concerns as Kenaff. We are doing together to increase income for smallholder farmers. So that's why we did signing. We did a signing on MOU this year with Kenaff. So I hope we can work together to improve agricultural technology and to increase higher income for smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. You can see the farmers are very happy because you're striking right at the heart of it. How do they improve the quality of their product and also the bottom line and the income? So thank you for the great work. I'm sure they look forward to working with you a lot more. Next up is Ms. Jung Beck, my apologies. I will have to learn this. She's the Deputy Country Manager, Korea International Cooperation Agency. Maybe you could start by giving us the correct pronunciation, then you say thank you.
Thank you so much. And habari zenu? Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Ju Young Baek. You almost got it right. And I'm the Deputy Country Director from KOICA, it's Korea International Cooperation Agency. So we are based in Nairobi, so we have our Kenya office there. And it took like 30 minutes to be here, but I'm really glad that I got here invited by the CEO. And it's a really great pleasure for me to stand in front of this. A lot of farmers all across the country. I know how important this agriculture is in Kenya, and we KOICA as also stands as a very strong partner in the agricultural sector in Kenya. So I have my script here, so please allow me to read some of this from here. So I'd like to first introduce KOICA and why explain why I am here. So KOICA, the Korea International Cooperation Agency, is a development agency of South Korea. So we just had our Dr. Jigang Kim from KOPIA, and KOPIA is specialized in agricultural sector, while KOICA, just like USAID, or no, now it's gone, but USAID or JICA, it covers a lot of different sectors from agriculture, health, water, education, and etc. So we have been we have been here present in Kenya for over 15 years, and our country office covers more than 17 million US dollars per year, and our projects includes, just I mentioned, health, technical and vocational education, climate change, peace building, agriculture, and many more. And agriculture, I believe, is one of the biggest industry in Kenya and is one of the most important sector for the prosperity of Kenya, I believe. And while the importance is big, I also noticed that there are some challenges, including the climate changes, disasters, and also lack of resources. And this is why I think Kenaff is very important in this sector. And I also like to introduce KOICA's innovative solutions to tackle these challenges. So KOICA has been actively working with a lot of Korean companies, small size or middle sized Korean companies, to solve these problems that Kenya have. One of the notable examples that we have is a technology that was developed by a company named Badit. So this is a small company, like a startup, which developed early calf disease diagnostic device called Farmer's Hands. So it sounds very difficult. However, it's something like a very necklace-like device where calves have on their neck, and this device collects the behavioral data from the calves and cows and detect the diseases that these cows have. So they use this use this technology to detect the behavior changes, whether they are standing, sitting, eating, coughing, sucking or not, and this device tells whether they are healthy or sick, so that the farmers can approach and have early detection and early intervention. So our recent studies show that using this device and technology, the calf mortality has dropped from 32% to nearly 0%, and this is very impressive. And another technology that we have is from a company called FarmFit Bio. It's another small company that is starting its business in Kenya, and they've been using agricultural byproducts to make fermented feed. And our recent study with Carlo again showed that the productivity of the milk production increased by 75% using this new feed. So these technologies are based in Korea, but I believe that it is benefiting Kenyan farmers very much. And Korea has also worked a similar route as Kenya's development. We used to be very agriculture specific, agriculture centralized, quite full country, just out of this disaster and the war. While we developed into a very technology savvy, developed country using our Korean technologies and skills. And I believe that Korean companies can use their innovative solutions to benefit the Kenyan farmers and to increase the productivity, increase the income, and provide better livelihood for our farmers. So Koika, as a very strong development partner, will stay very strong with our, not only our Korean companies, but also with Kenyan institutions like Kenaff and Kenyan government, and also our Kenyan farmers, for the improvement of Kenya's agricultural sector. And I wish that we could work together for this better outcome and better achievement. So asante sana, and I wish you all the best during our AGM, and thank you so much again for Kenaff leadership. Asante.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the great work. Give our regards to the people of Korea. We truly appreciate, and all the partners that were here as well. Next is Postbank Kenya Strategic Business Partnerships.
Jambo kila moja. Hamjambo. Say hi to your friend. Naona it's afternoon, and as our coordinator says, it's likely that we begin to tone down, but that is expected. My name is Cyrus Mutisia. I work for Postbank Kenya. Postbank is a government institution that narrows purely on money matters and more so closely on savings. Now, I just want to pose a question. From a farmer's perspective, is money a seed or a fruit? CEO says it's a seed. Sir here says it's both. Someone says it's neither of the two. Money is both a seed and a fruit. And from the Postbank side, we are looking at money matters from that perspective, because like our Joyo partner has mentioned, many times we lack on financial health, more so just like we lack on physical health. I would ask, just for a start, how many of us are financially healthy? As in, if you were to take your ABC for finances, we test your financial pressure. How is your financial pressure? How is your financial temperature? Pass rate? So clearly there is a problem. Allow me in the interest of time to say we are honored as Postbank to be partnering with Kenaff to talk about savings, basically because it's so special to us. As farmers, you are not just producers, you are the backbone of our economy. Your hard work puts food on our tables and drives growth in our communities. Basically, I believe you are here representing so many other farmers that if everyone was to be here, then it would have been a full house. So whichever presenter that sits here, I believe you are carrying that message to each and every represented farmer back in the field, so that we are able to grow together. Now at Postbank, we believe that farmers are not just means to an end, but really the end in itself. You toil to harness nature's resources, and in doing so, you second to God in creation. That product you produce, that made in Kenya product, is really part of creation, and for us, we really value that. We are coming to this AGM as partners, not that we have really officially signed it, but we are interested in working closely with Kenaff to envisage the success that each and every really farmer envisages. Now for us, savings is crucial. With the right savings culture, you leverage technology to overcome the heavy capital investments required to scale up and diversify your ventures. Savings become the key to unlocking your full potential. As a stakeholder, Postbank comes to complement every other effort for the success of the farmer, because your success is indeed our success. We are not just providing financial services, we are partnering with you to build a stronger, more resilient community. We are here to support you every step of the way. Postbank is committed to work with Kenaff and other stakeholders to help achieve the vision. We are partner county chapters to get this happen. I believe there are county chapters that are represented here. Much as we want to partner with Kenaff at the national level, we want also to go down to the grassroots so that we are able to reach each and every farmer. Because from the Postbank side, we have seen people marshal resources in terms of savings. And the marshal resources, no sooner do they begin to think of an investment than those resources fizzle out. So we want to partner with Kenaff so that even those clients that we have and have no idea about farmers, out of their little savings, then they can be oriented and mentored into farming, because I heard from our speaker in the morning that we want to make Kenaff a 50 million member society, isn't it? that every Kenya can belong here, and I believe as Post Bank we want to partner in that. Ours is not just to protect your hard-earned resources, not only to upscale and diversify your investment, harness technology to boost productivity, but we also want to build a stronger and more resilient farming community together. At Post Bank, we will be doing this financial literacy for free. Where possible, we'll be supporting Kenaff to also reach, or rather do the outreach activities that you envisage, because we believe when we grow the farmer, basically every other person out there grows. As we wind up, then allow me to say that our spirit is the MasterCard spirit, a world where everyone prospers, and for us, we believe that is possible, it is doable. Are we together? Nani wanatukaribisha Post Bank tuungane na Kenaff tuendeleze ukulima? Wangapi wetu watakaribisha Post Bank tuungane na nyinyi? We will commit to work with you, to walk the journey with you, and we are so much humbled really to be here at this AGM, to walk the journey with you, and to lift the farmer from that level. Otherwise, congratulations for the initiative that you have taken as farmers, and in the interest of time, allow me to wish you the best of luck in the rest of the remaining part of the AGM, and may God bless you richly. Tukirudi nyumbani, tusalimie wakulima wenzetu. Asante sana.
Perfect, and thank you for also taking that time short. We are almost done. Wakulima mpo? Wakulima mpo? Karibu tumalizie. Our second to last speaker is Margaret Wairimu from Transform Trade. Bigeni makofi yakikaribia. Ndio safari isikuwe ndefu sana. Thank you.
Asante sana. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, are we in the evening yet? I think it's in the good evening to you all. Like you've heard, my name is Margaret Wairimu. I come from an organization called Transform Trade, where we have worked in the past with Kenaff, and also we continue to partner as we engage the support of smallholder farmers. So Transform Trade is an organization. It's based in the UK, but we have project implementation in Africa, specifically at the moment in Kenya and Tanzania, as well as in the Asia region. So we work with small-scale farmers, social enterprises, and local organizations where we empower or build the capacity of smallholder farmers. So to overcome the huge barriers, we provide support to farmers through training, mentorship, as well as access to resources to improve farming practices and livelihoods. We have also worked through the participatory grant-making model through a local implementing partner here in Kenya that were able to support farmers in Meru County as well as Kitui County through the PGM model. And last year, we engaged Kenaff through the capacity building of tea farmers in Nyeri County, where we are able to build the capacity of the farmers for them to be able to improve their capacity as the association, as well as supporting the farmers with to improve the better yields as tea farmers. We also, in addition to supporting smallholder farmers directly, we also engage in advocacy, supporting through the organization as well as an organization, so that we are able to advocate for fairer trade across the value chain. So we work in the tea sector, in the textile center. So in Africa, we are in the tea sector and supporting the small-scale agriculture sector. Textile, we are supporting in the Asia region, but we do have hopes of engaging textile in the Africa region as well. We are glad to continue the partnership with Kenaff. They have been a strategic partner to us, given the shared interest with advocating for smallholder farmers, and we do hope to continue engaging together. Asante sana.
All right. Great. So, like I promised, we are finishing. So, first of all, clap your hands. Clap for yourself for being here up to now. You've done very well. That's for you. That's just for you. And so, as we go, I would like now to invite For the closing remarks, Mr. Luke Kesey to come and give us the closing remarks for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think mine is the last opportunity of the day to interact with those who are here since morning. And on behalf of the Kenya National Farmers Federation Board, and on behalf of the entire fraternity of Kenaff, including our farmers, our stakeholders, and everybody else who is a friend to Kenaff, I want to say thank you very much to all of us who've taken time today to be with us and to ensure that our AGM starts off on a very good note. I want to thank specifically those who took time to sit in the panels and to exchange ideas, pass it to us, and I think it's going to be very useful to us going forward and building Kenaff. I want to say thank you to our partners from across the world. Over time, Kenaff has built a long chain of partners that have assisted us to handle our issues. And this one, I want to tell our members, particularly the Kenyan farmers, that we are very lucky to have developed friendship across the world. It's now upon us to come together and build on this friendship, utilize it for the benefit of our members and of our farmers. I want to thank you all for today and wish you well, those of you who have traveled from far. I will not mention each one's name, but I know we have friends here that we've grown together for a long time. Jan, you've been with us for a very long time, and I want to thank you for this. All these partners that we have today, including Korea and the others, are the product of AHA, which has stayed with us for a long time. US DEC, we only met once in Rome, and from the vast conversation, you took us very seriously, and you've been to this country severally, and you don't forget to link up with Kenaff. I'm sure it's going to grow into a huge connection. Thank you, everybody. May God bless you as we close the day. Thank you.
Wakulima mpo? Wakulima mpo? Siku imekuwa nzuri si nzuri? Nzuri si nzuri? It's been a good day, so I would like us to just to clap for everybody who's been here, and for yourselves. Do you remember that thunderous mkulima makofi which I taught you? Let's finish with that today, and then now tomorrow we again wake up with the Kenaff club. So let's again do manyunyu. Nipeni manyunyu, 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 manyunyu. Haya, mvua, 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 mvua ya Kitale, radi. Excellent. Now it's just give you tomorrow's agenda, and then you can go and rest a very well deserved rest. Maggie.
Thank you so much. So Kenaff. I'm not able to hear the voice. Kenaff. Sauti ya mkulima. Glad that Janice already knows the slogan. That's very impressive. So I'm just here to guide us on how tomorrow's agenda will look like. Starting from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., we will have the closeout session of the partnership between AHA and Kenaff. So all of you are very much welcome to be present, where now we will be highlighting some of the works that we have done, the milestone and achievement that we have had together with AHA. And then after that, we will go for a break. And then 11:30, we will have 2 side events. So one will be the youth event, which will be at the small conference hall, and then we will be having the women's side event as well, which will happen here at the big hall. So in that side event, we'll have Janice and other guests as well to talk about the kind of work we'll be doing with the program action leading to next year's International Year of the Woman Farmer. So again, you're very much welcome. So that is how the morning session is looking at. Like tomorrow, in the afternoon, starting from 2 p.m., we will now have our internal sessions. So again, you're very much welcome to participate also during that. Of course, that is only to Kenaff members because it's more of a closed session. Exhibition is still open today and even tomorrow. Even as we are around here, make sure you go to every booth, get to engage with the exhibitors and also learn what they are doing. That is all from my end. Asanteni sana for sitting through till to this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maggie. So it's now time to let you go, but we started with the prayers and we shall finish with prayers. After the prayers, feel free to go for tea at the garden, to go for a walk. It's very chilly, so be mindful of that just in case umetoka mali kuna joto. And then make sure you rest because tomorrow is going to be another full day. So let's all be upstanding and have prayers from Mohoro and Abdi. Tafadhali.
I want us to pray together. I'm Bishop Nathan Mohoro from Nyeri. I'm a friend of Kenaff in many ways. And let me give you this verse in the Bible to think about tonight. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, God placed man in the garden to do 2 things, to use it and to take care of it. Let us meditate on that and ask ourselves, how much have you used the land? And how much have you taken care of it? I don't know to say much. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for putting us together this day. Thank you for the way you have led us in all that we have done. We thank you very much for giving us that energy to be awake and to be available for this kind of discussion. We have heard a lot from them that you sent to us as partners, and them that you felt have ideas, very well ideas that can help us in what we are doing. We thank you because you have provided this so that, Lord, we will be able to reach what you'd like us to achieve in our farming. You told us that you said man should multiply and increase in the world, and in the increase we need more food and food security. And we thank you that we can achieve this with this kind of discussion, with this kind of meetings. We appreciate the day, and we pray for each one of us as we go out of this meeting, that you take care of us and like to meet again tomorrow when we are whole for another good day. Thank you, God. Protect us and take care of each one of us, looking forward for a great day tomorrow. Give us wisdom, God, that in everything that we are going to get to go through, we will get what you want us to have out of this AGM. We pray this shortly in Jesus' name.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Naanza kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakushukuru wewe kwa kutuongoza tuweze kutekeleza mpango yetu ya siku hii ya leo. Tunakuomba uzidi kutuongoza tuweze kujadiliana na kuboresha hali ya ukulima katika nchi hii yetu ya Kenya. Amen.
Amen.
Asanteni sana. So our guests will ask you to work the CEO on the board over to this room over here, and then I invited guests, a restaurant, and all the members as well, garden. Thank you for lending me your eyes and ears. I give them back to you. Have a good evening.